Actually, Ashley is working right now on applying for next year's MyLeap grant, and I'm excited to announce that we will be partnering with JKL School for the next cycle. So that will be really great for their school as well, hopefully, and getting some after-school and summer programming funding as well for them. Fingers crossed. In your report, you'll see a table of data that I provided to you, and I explained in there how those numbers, because when we started this, we talked about the required number of students per day and then the required number of days in either the after-school or the summer programming that those students must attend the core programming for this grant. And in here, I gave you the number of students registered. So that doesn't mean that they, on the left-hand side, that doesn't mean that they necessarily attended every single day. I'll have more of that data in a upcoming report. But you'll see there that for registrations in almost all the areas, Manistee, we were a little below. We're working on that, and we have touched on that with MyLeap. I just want all of you to know that that does not put our funding at risk or anything because we didn't meet those numbers. We're actually meeting with MyLeap right after this meeting. They're in town. They're going to be at the Bayless Library, and we're going to be meeting with them. And we've talked about this, that the improvements that they've seen with this grant funding and all the extra resources and being able to just provide more services to students than we had last year, which, like I said, I'll come to you with that data. We're doing really well. So I do want to give Ashley, our Assistant Education Director, kudos because she came on board about, several months, January? And she has taken on her very first grant, and let me tell you, grant management, if people know, is very time consuming, and the programming on this has been a lot, so I do want to give her kudos for that. If anyone has any questions on that data, you can let me know later and I can answer in an email. I did mention that we'll be partnering with Bowading next in this grant cycle that we're applying for. In the current grant cycle, we were able to, as I mentioned, move with approval from MyLeap some of the funding that was allotted to Marquette, which we weren't able to hire staff, to Bowading for their summer program. Moving on to Tribal Youth Council, here I just wanted to mention that Ashley and I have talked, and alongside Lisa Burnside, the YEA manager, that one of our huge focus areas this year is going to be improving our Tribal Youth Council and getting us a grand youth council, hopefully, and just really putting a lot more time in growing that and giving the students more opportunities. So that is one of our focus in the upcoming year. The Hessel YEA move.
1 second, Steph.
Yep.
Cool.
Steph, how are we gonna strengthen that Tribal Youth Council, you think? Because I keep gonna, we want to get our youth more involved, and I know we've been talking about it for some time. I just don't know how we're gonna do it. I know it's not easy.
Yeah.
It's not an easy task.
So a lot of that is school outreach, and a lot of that is this grant allows us funding for community events. So I know Ashley has been working on that. I don't think I need you to come up, but if you do, we can come up here. Really strengthening, because I think it's word of mouth. So when I traveled with Unity, some of the Sioux youth that were there said, so-and-so talked about it and made me really excited to come here, right? So I think it's providing guidance to them on what they're doing and helping them, and then the kids just getting excited about it. And then when Ashley, she's been going into schools, I think she has one with St. Ignace coming up tomorrow, really getting that word out, even if we need to do flyers to try to recruit. But I think it's a lot of, I think in the areas where we don't have as many, I think we need to provide them more opportunities, because the kids aren't going to talk about it unless they have more opportunities, right? So,
Yeah, we set up all these cultural activities, and I feel like it's the same people at them every time I go, and I don't see a lot of youth, and I'm trying to get it out there and get it on social media and get kids involved with these cultural activities, and trying to get kids hunting and subsistence fishing, getting them involved with that kind of stuff. And it's not easy, right?
No.
I know it's not an easy task, and I don't know what the answer is, but it's whatever we got to do, wherever support you need, on Unit 4 or whatever we can do to help you over there as well.
Yeah.
To try to get these kids more involved and get this Tribal Youth Council up and running.
Yeah, I appreciate that. It does get tough with the older kids, especially because a lot of them are in sports and doing other things after school. And so we've talked about, adjusting schedules where needed, not necessarily at 4 p.m. after school, but as long as we have the staff and the resources, do more weekend stuff. And so, yeah, we're working. it's not an easy, but I think if we start focusing on it and providing more opportunities, I mean, they really, some of the students I've talked to in the Sioux, they want to lead, like, they want to help lead organizing, I mean, it's the youth powwow, so the youth powwow, right? But also the leadership conference that comes up in November and December. They want to come to the board. They want to help me present things. So like, they're rearing to go. We just got to give them those opportunities, and I think that it will start to fall into place.
Mike?
Just to kind of piggyback off of that would be being more visible. I think that was one of the things we did in the past that worked, and it kind of got away from it. But things like the board challenges that they used to do. So I think those should bring them back.
We've talked about that. Lisa actually was going to last year, and I think she said this year she's going to try. But so we got to get the word out to you. Yeah, but I think that's a great idea.
And like showcasing the events like Unity, doing like little social media bits on the Unity stuff that, on those trips and all that, I think would be ideal too, is to try to appeal to just being more visible.
Yeah, we did a feedback survey, but we should do a little video clip or something and put it, maybe we'll have video productions come and do a little video clip with the students.
Rob McRory, then Kim Lee, then Kim Gravel.
Hey, I was actually just going to bring up Battle of the Boards, and then Mike said that. So I actually started out in leadership as a youth council member, and so I was going to just say to Cole that the best way to do it is, because I was adamantly against it. I refused to go there for like 2 years, and then one day my friend was like, "Hey man, do you want to come to this thing and play video games and eat pizza?" So it's like free food, video games, stuff they like, and that would get them there. And then you introduce the other stuff, the leadership components to it, and then start to introduce them to the other things. Because, like I said, I was a kid that was like, "What? I ain't going to nothing like that." And then, threw free pizza and video games at me, and then I went there, and then I was pretty much hooked after that. So, I mean, I would go right to the youth and ask them, "Hey, what do you guys want to see as events?" And they'll probably bring up stuff like, game nights, video games, lock-ins, stuff like that. And then that's when you get them there, and then hand them out the flyers for the TYC.
Kim Lee?
Yep, this is Lana. We're en route right now, so
Oh,
she's
sorry.
got the Zoom.
Lana?
Yep, that's all right. So my question, the Battle of the Boards, I think we played basketball a couple of times and it was really fun, and it did bring, kids do want to get involved in that, so I agree with everything everybody said on that. I do want to ask the question, because this is the opportunity I get. I know with our new programming that we had this past summer with our new program, it went really good. We had some good numbers down in Hessel for native and non-native. I know that we had to cut back on our services, though, in our YE up in the Newberry area. I understand we don't have any services up there anymore, and they had built that program up pretty good up there in the Newberry Tribal Center. And we've been starting to get calls about that. And I'm wondering how we're going to integrate that back into the services for tribal youth in that area with housing right there. And such as, because they helped us they helped the unit host the Christmas parties and things like that. And I know we mentioned it before to education. So how are we going to integrate that back up in the Newberry area?
Yeah, no, great question. So nothing's been approved and y'all have to review it, but actually in the 2027 budget, we did put staff in the Newberry, directly in the Newberry area like we've talked about before. We are proposing a team member there to be housed there. So we are addressing that, as well as transportation, right, Ashley? Yeah, so we are looking to directly just put resources in there to bring that back, but even more so than I think it used to be.
Oh, that's great news. That we'll do it in the 2027. So we won't have anything for the remainder of the half year we have left?
Well, what I'll say, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Stephanie.
Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off. What I will say to that is, so as long as we have, and Ashley, you might be able to speak more on this. You want to come up here for a second? But I think as long as we have, maybe just sit there in case they have more YA questions. As long as we have the staff, and Ashley can speak more on this, I know that it is hard with limited staff, but I think they have right? The contracted position still?
Yeah.
And then the student service assistants, as long as they schedule, they should be able to still, I mean, maybe not as much as we would like every week, but do you want to finish answering that?
Yeah.
Like, they can still schedule there?
Yeah, I will say with the move-in stuff, it has been a little hard, and they do have the contracted positions right now, but they are done at the end of this summer. So they won't have them here in a couple more weeks. But I do know, we are still gonna try and do like the Christmas party and stuff up there. It's going to take probably Lisa and I helping, but, we are hoping to figure that out and still do that for them. And then hopefully in the 27 budget and whatnot, we can get that staff member up there. That's our plan.
Okay. And, you know, I'm speaking for Kim here, but I'm sure, you know, and obviously we will help in any way we can as well with YEA, you know, leading that process, so are we gonna be able, with the contracted positions, can we continue them? Or, because I know that with the move, that is a huge deal right now, but, are we going to be able to have any kind of resources up there this winter for activities? Even with the contracted position, because, you know, and just to be blunt, you know, when we have something for so long and it's built up to a good thing, which you guys know Newberry was being grown up there, and then when it's just stopped, that's when the questions start coming, you know? So I'm hoping, and you guys don't have to answer, I just want it on your radar, you know, if we can continue to have something up in the Newberry area, because just hustle is causing a little bit of a conflict. But I wanted to just put that in your ear, and I'm glad to hear that we are planning for still the Christmas parties and stuff, because there's a lot of youth up that way, probably over half. So anyway, that's my input. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, no, we appreciate it. And the last thing I just want to say is it's hard with these units that have the bigger geographical areas, right? And so, yeah, when we took this grant, we had to look at that, but then looking forward, as long as we, knock on wood, get the next one, how we're gonna get back into those areas, but even stronger. So it was like we had to take a little step back, which we didn't like, but then I think it'll come back even stronger. So as long as we can still try to schedule some stuff there and then get going again, as long as we can hire somebody and it's approved, strong in January.
Yeah, and if you guys know anyone that's interested in that contract position, will you have them reach out to me? Because we can get someone up there for the contracted position. I don't know anyone. No one's been interested.
Kim Gravel, then Bridget.
I'd like to see the youth council come and present maybe quarterly. In each area we're in, if you have a youth council there, we could maybe put out a little 15 minutes for them to present to the board when we have a meeting there. Because that was always nice when they would come before the board. And then we also had the trivia board challenge with the youth council. That was fun.
Yeah, anything.
Basketball kill us
That'd be
though
great.
now.
Yeah. But yeah, those are the type of conversations the students are even having, you know? Some areas have a bigger TYC than others, but they really do want to do more of that. So Ashley has that on her
Okay.
goals this year.
Bridget?
I just would like to request that we have education be taken out of the JKL meeting and put into the regular board workshop so that these discussions can happen with the board instead of in a JKL meeting. Whatever Steph needs to discuss that's actual JKL stuff, I think is fine, but it sounds like we have questions and whatnot that we should work at it at the board table instead of the JKL meeting. So I'm going to request going forward that she presents to the board of directors.
We're going to let you continue, Steph. Thank you.
Okay, so any other questions on YEA? Okay, I'll proceed here. Moving on to, we're going to skip over the last couple bullets in YEA because we spent a lot of time there. One is on a prevention grant that we're partnering with Community Health, which is really exciting. And then I think that's it for that. So WIOA, moving on, I could better bring this closer. The youth summer program is wrapping up. I think this week is the last week. At the last meeting, I had a request for report of those that completed from the 29 that started, so I will have that as soon as we wrap up. The work experience, which is part-time employment for youth after school during the academic year, is going to be posted here shortly. We have 14 slots for that, so that will come out soon. And then elder employment, I won't go through this every bullet, but you'll see the different vacancies we have right now. I met with Brenda Cadro 2 days ago, and she stated that every area, I believe, but St. Ignace has applicants, so we are looking to get more applicants for the St. Ignace area, but hopefully those will all be filled soon. The summer internship program just wrapped up last week. We have one here still with us, right over there. But in July, they were busy with their employment as well as some extracurricular activities. You'll see some pictures there of a field trip we went on. Moving on to early childhood education. All of the part-year staff are scheduled to return to work at the beginning of September for our full-day orientation sessions for the new academic year. We are scheduled right now with the numbers to be fully enrolled in all of our active Sioux classrooms, and we still have to fill, last I spoke to Chandra, 4 in St. Ignace. So we are looking, if anyone needs childcare or Head Start services in St. Ignace, we are looking for some more students in that area. I'm going to skip over all of the list here, the staff list, the vacancies. You can see those there in your report. Trucking on to higher education, the judge has finished scoring all of the essays for the 2026 to 2027 scholarship program, and we will hopefully, the projection is to have those checks, the recipients announced hopefully within the next week, and then checks and denial letters sent out, because these are highly competitive, shortly there at the same time. Fall 2026 Unmet Needs Grant Program, we just opened that, and this is the program where it's based on the student's financial need as determined by their university, and the deadline to apply for that is September 11th. And then lastly, the special needs scholarship, I've talked about this. We are wrapping up the materials for this. We're getting it out a little bit later than I'd hoped for, but with all the other programs, it got stalled a little bit, but we'll be getting that out in the next, I would say, week or two, and then it'll be open for a month for both the under 17 and the over 18 programs. Again, YEA will do the youth one, and then higher education will do the over 18. And then Youth Development Fund, the summertime's always slow, but we're going into the fall here, and it's really ramping up. So we're getting really busy there as well. And then there's just some pictures there from our Unity trip for you to look at.
Any more questions for Stephanie? Aaron?
I don't have a question, but I don't know if we mentioned it here, but that we got another request from the BIE to do consultation, so that you're going to be collaborating with the chair's office and prepping for consultation, so. And
Thanks.
that has an effect, so.
Yeah.
Thank you, Stephanie. All right, we are going to move on to JKL Bawading Anishinaabe School with Carolyn and Becky.
Okay, Minoga Jep. I'm Carolyn, and this is Becky. Thank you for having us here today. Just a quick breeze through the report, what you've had. Greenhouses are up and running, and this is going to pair well with our new land-based learning class that we've added for exploratories. The covered walkways are still in progress and will hopefully continue before Christmas break, before the snow comes. We have 16 new doors that have been installed. This has really been amazing for both safety because they have windows and the way that they lock. Cafeteria service door window went in, so when we have our lockdowns, everyone is safe now. A playground slide has been completed. That was repaired by a new process. Teeter-totters were old, and those have been repaired, well, actually replaced and repaired, part and parcel. Look really nice. Summer projects are underway still. Everyone's working like crazy over there, trying to get all the carpet laid, floors, moving some roofs around, installing equipment, moving furniture. Filter First compliance, which is a state mandate, but also on the BIE side is required. But Filter First, we've put filters on every water source that wasn't filtered. We had many drinking stations, so that's all been done. And then we send the samples away to a state facility, and then they send it back to us. And that's the PSA side of things, but that is also required for the BIE side, so that's going to work out well for both. And it's been a good joint effort. Rubberized playground matting has all been repaired. A playground drinking fountain is about to be installed, so the kids don't have to run in and out of the buildings, so they're going to love that, except in the winter, of course. The middle school roof, everything is there. Thank you for approving that. As my tribe and as the tribe, it's much appreciated. So that'll start here very soon. There's also the rest of the report that goes into the principal and special education that I'm sure you've all read through, but business going as usual. Our openings are only 2 special education teachers and a nurse. And then we have we have many applicants for the nurse position. And then we have 1 application for the high school principal, which just opened. So that's exciting. It's somebody from out of town with a lot of experience, so I'll keep you updated on that. The last thing I'd like to say is I did meet with Holly Hopla and Jessica Dunback about 105 leasing, just to get a better understanding. They have a really good understanding of it, so I was just sort of introduced to that topic. And I've met with Dan Doyle and Todd Olmsted from Gitchie to see what options there, if they had vendors for schools, which they do, not old modulars. Nowadays, they're made stick-built interior with drywall, very good quality footings that you can build up or out on. So that's definitely a possibility, but more to come on that. Just kind of dipping our toe in on what we're going to do there. And of course, that will all go through both boards for approvals of where and when and all those things. So that's that report. Next, I believe on the agenda is the budget. Becky, do you want to talk about the budget?
So in your packet was their proposed budget for the fiduciary committee. So the proposed budget for this current year that we're in, 26-27, is about $8 million. It's an increase about 1.2 compared to last year. And the majority of the increase that we're requesting is attributed to the compensation package that the fiduciary agreed to support earlier this year. And then the remainder of the request is attributed to the high school principal position, funding that portion, as well as the food service manager, funding that proportionally. So with all that being said, we've worked with Bill. We've met a few times about the budget request, and so I believe he has more information if you have more detailed questions. The other part of our request today is special education and special programs that we're requesting above and beyond what I had just explained. And so we have some more information on those requests as well. So our total request for the 26-27 is about 8.5 million.
The special education is the pressing one for today, which is 3 paraprofessionals and 1 teacher. We need 3 special education teachers this year for the number of special education students that we have, because teachers could only take on around 30 kids per caseload, and we have upwards of 90 kids in special education in the middle school, so that's we also have 6 children for the first time ever who require one-on-one, and that's the parapro piece. With 3 kids coming in and 3 kids already needing that assist, sorry, 4 kids coming in and 2 kids already needing one-on-one. We've never found ourselves in this position before. It's just that these high-need students really need the support. And that amount is $265,307. And then you can also see, just go through very quickly, these are down significantly because we do recognize how much you've given for compensation with a lot of gratitude. But $91.50 for the gardening program request. And we do we do these every year for the new board members. These are our special requests. 72, no, I'm sorry, what is this total for PAC? Oh, thank you, Becky. You have PAC? Oh, yeah, it is 70, yep, 7520 for PAC, which is the Parent Advisory Committee, and that's all of those parent activities that we do throughout the year, and you can see the full list of what we're asking for. And then the athletics, asking for $22,000 for Chinodon Running Club that we took over from Big Bear. And lastly, gifted and talented, what is it lastly? Yeah, well, 2 things. Gifted and talented, $31,607. You've been big supporters of that program. As a reminder, these are kids that go to academic competitions all around the state and sometimes out of state. And that request is $31,607, again, down from the past. And then lastly, last 2, is the DC trip that you've helped us with. And that was up to $30,000. And of course, the kids do fundraising and we kick in money as well, so it's a whole team process. And then for culture, $5,000. And the reason culture is lower than normal is that we have the money that we can spend in our budget on those cultural activities. We're not going to be doing less activities. There's just more that the PSA side of the school can pay for. What questions can I answer for you?
Cole?
So when I'm looking at this, the 25 and 26 was 6.8, and then we added all the other, the compensation, the principal and everything to bring it up to the 8.1. Is
Yeah.
that what it is? The
You're
difference?
correct.
How is this, I guess I just got on the board, so I'm trying to learn all
Yeah.
this. How is this compared to the past budgets? Like, are we kind of right in line from where we're at, or has it been up? Did it go up quite a bit?
Bill
from
can
last year?
probably speak better to that, but I will say that the compensation has been a large increase, which is not in the norm. Because we went through a complete new compensation package.
Did we do like a wage review for that? And
We
then that's
did.
what caused that? Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's fine, you know. And I don't know, Bill, if you can, is that the biggest delta there, is the compensation?
It is, actually. Last year, the budget was 6.8 million, and the actual came out to 6.5. So that was very close. And depending on our funding this year, as we're all aware, we have anticipating less ISEP funds because we have less students that we're reporting to the BIE regarding our student counts. So we're anticipating that, but I think at this point, looking at what we received last year and what the tribal side is, we'll be really close to what we have been receiving. So, but when we add the school and the tribal side together, we're looking at approximately 9.5 million. So we'll have to see. Last year's funding was 9.8. So it's pretty close this year. But again, traditionally, the budget obviously is up, but traditionally, we haven't spent up to the budget amount.
Okay. And sorry for my ignorance, but how often do we double back on this to make sure that we're on budget. Like, I like to be proactive instead of reactive. It's nice to find out if we're not going to have the money before we run out of the money that we need to provide, especially when we talk about schooling. We want to make sure that we provide, the financial needs for these kids and the school.
And I agree with that, Cole. And each month I send out a financial statement that would include the lines that relate to the school, and I point those out in the narrative. And we keep an eye on the billings that we get from the school. Becky and I sometimes have some discussions so that they are on track with what the committee has approved.
Good. And then, you send those out. I'm sure, you've been around for a while, Bill. I mean, don't be afraid to raise your hand and say, hey, we have a problem here. We gotta,
Oh, absolutely.
we gotta do that. And like I said, I'm sure you do that. But again, it's just nice to stay ahead of it, and you do a great job. So,
Yeah,
yeah, thank
appreciate
you.
that.
Aaron?
So I just want to remind everybody, a little history lesson is in 2000, let's see if I can do this by memory. In 2005, I believe, there was a petition by the teachers to organize, and they voted 80% in favor of organizing. And we then voted, the board at the time voted to not permit organizing labor on the reservation. So it created a little bit of a quandary. And then the teachers created they called it SOS, Save Our School, and invited me to attend. And when I attended, I walked through our benefit package. I walked through our STEP system at that time, where they were in relation to the local schools, the technology, all of it. And at that point, they were like, why did we vote on organizing? The one piece, though, two pieces that were left, though, were concerns were having due process rights to be able to challenge decisions related to their labor, and the other one was that we keep pace with the local market value. And so we as the tribe pledged to do that. And subsequently, a year later, the way the law works for labor is the people who vote to organize have up to 1 year to certify. At the end of that year, once our teachers realized what they had and the commitment of the board, tribal board, to support their due process rights and their compensation, they voted again, and it was 80% not to continue. So we got beat up pretty bad by the MEA and the media and all of that. But so it's a promise that we made to the teachers to keep pace. And so we have not done a wholesale market value analysis for the teachers for a long time. And similarly to the tribe having done so with housing and then with all the team members in the tribe, and we know there were hiccups with that. So this is a promise that we made to the teachers a long time ago, that we would make sure that they keep pace with the cost of living and the local market value. So this just brings us in line with what we promised we said we would do. So that's it.
We need to vote as a committee to send these budget requests to the board for approval because of the time.
With that, I'd like to make a motion to approve the 26-27 draft budget.
I mentioned those separately. That was the culture, PAC, GT, Garden, and DC.
All right, just as a reminder, these funds come for the express purpose of operating a school, and we can't use them on anything else. We went through that at a different point in time about 15 years ago, where there was a desire to spend the money for YEA and for cultural camps and all of that. We cannot do that. We've made clear we cannot do that. The funds are exclusively. The funds that end up in the excess revenue, we have the flexibility to do what we want with that, but that's not the money we're talking about right now.
Right, that's correct. And also, Mr. Connolly is right with Malcolm. being removed from our rolls. That did decrease our student enrollment. However, we have lifted our student enrollment in the middle school, so we're up to 636. So we're making gains on that. And we still have a few seats open in 8th grade, so I just want to bring that up. Only for the positive.
Bill, will you remind us? So this is a motion to send it to the board for approval, right? Does the board have to approve this budget as well? I just want to make sure the motion is correct.
I don't believe they have in the past.
Okay.
What they do have is the budget that, and Ryan can correct me if I'm wrong, but what we do have is a budget for the fiduciary committee that includes the line item for the school. And that's been approved by the board. But I should point out that that might need to be modified as we go forward because it's less. When we approved it back in January or whatever, February, it's less than what they're asking for now. We'll keep our eye on it as Cole suggested, and if we need to modify it going forward, we will do that.
Okay, and Ryan said that that's good. So we would just vote on this as a committee, but you need a second still.
I'll second it.
I have a clarification too, just for the, especially for the new board. The,
Well, we got Mike first,
oh.
and then we'll bounce back over, Aaron.
yeah.
If you have a motion, though, I'll let you speak.
Yeah. So the reason why it doesn't have to go back to the big board is when the funds come in, the board votes on those, right? The reason the actual budget for the JKL fiduciary doesn't have to, or for the school doesn't have to go back to the big board is because the arrangement with the school is, and with the fiduciary, the creation of the fiduciary is the fiduciary manages the appropriations once the funds come into the tribe. So that's why the JKL fiduciary exists, is to then, and we have a contract with the school to implement the school plan. And all the board members are welcome to be on the JKL fiduciary. So in a sense, it's the same body, but the board delegated that to the JKL fiduciary, so.
Mike?
All right, I'm totally for our commitment to it. So where does that put us in the local market now that we've done the compensation packet? Are we at the top?
That's such a good question. We are equal to the top school that I mentioned previously, Brimley Schools.
Okay.
So we're at flush with them.
Okay, that's great. I'm glad to hear it. My only concern will be is that we're doing that, and I think that's a great, but then we're reducing all these events, and you're saying, we lowered all of them, and that's concerning because I was hoping that we could find a better balance, being trying to be the number one with the pay and still offer all these things. So to hear all the requests have been reduced is a little concerning. I'm hoping that we can, I don't want these to go away. I guess is what I'm saying, and I want to make sure that if we're paying the teachers, which is great, we'll attract more students, I think, because we'll have a nice, healthy workforce. But I want to make sure that we don't lose sight that the money for the kids too. So, that balance. So I'm just speaking it just to say my concerns out loud, really.
No, thank you, and I appreciate that, and that allows me a point of clarification. Becky and I sat down, we went through point by point by point. Can the PSA pay for this? What do we have to ask the fiduciary for? So we still are planning all of our events, but we really, really analyzed what can the PSA absolutely pay for, what can we not pay for? And then we went through the list that way. So it's not a reduction of activities, but rather an equalization of payment.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation.
Yeah, thank
Also,
you.
with that student count that you just gave us, and I know that with the fluctuation with Malcolm and, but you're saying we got an increase in that, where are we at as percentage of our students?
We're still right around 60%.
Okay.
I think it's spot on 60%, actually. I have that right here. I want to make sure I give you an accurate number. one moment.
You can give it to me at a later time. It doesn't need to be right now. I just
Nope,
wanted
I have it right now,
Okay.
and it is 61%.
61%.
Yep, 39 non-ISEP and 61 ISEP.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, and then I just kind of had my own question for your gifted and talented. How many tribal children are in that program? And then in the special ed, how many tribal children do you have in that?
I'm not allowed to break that down in that way because it's discriminatory. Can I think about that and bring
Yeah,
that
that's
next
fine.
time?
I don't
in
need
a-
it right at this
in
moment.
a
I was
way-
just curious
Yeah.
for myself, so thank you.
I would say, though, given that we have 60% Native American, I have noticed that it usually about follows in all of our programs. It tends to be either 60% or more of Native Americans in any given program. But it's not as though there's more non-natives than natives in our GT program. But sometimes there are more natives in our special education program than non-natives, just as a trend.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
No other questions? Well, that's what we're going to. I'm making sure nobody had any questions. So we're going to roll call.
Okay. Aaron?
Yes.
Sue? Yes. Bridget? Yes. Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Cole?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee? I don't see them on anymore. Ashley, sorry, you can't vote. Michael?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Lana? They're not on.
All right, that carries. All right, if you ladies don't have anything else, we're on to Malcolm High School.
And Sandy's on Zoom.
Good morning. Oops, sorry, I realized I forgot to change my background. I don't have much this morning, just getting the building ready for teachers to come back and staff to come back. Excited that I have been able to retain all of my staff again this year, with the exception of one para who has retired, but we've already filled that position. And we also had to add a special ed teacher due to the amount of caseloads. And that position has been filled also. So just really getting set up for the school year. Been starting my new student meetings for enrollment. Getting phone calls just about every hour to keep adding to the list, which is great. I think I graduated 26 last year, so we need to fill those seats, but I think we will have no problem doing that. And again, just kind of in limbo, hoping we'll do something with funding soon. So just waiting to hear from you guys what that's going to look like. And other than that, that's all I have. I probably will, or hoping, I should say hoping. I had been accepted into the policy fellowship through Teach Michigan, which I'll be working at the state level on policy. And I have to pick a project and work with community stakeholders. So obviously my goal will be to do something more than likely around attendance for Native students and or like male graduation rates, something along that line. So I'm hoping I'll be able to reach out to a few of you and have you guys partner with me on that. And other than that, that's all I have right now.
Any question? Aaron?
I don't have a question, but you just started my geek analysis for your study. One other area that might be helpful is if there's some way you could measure parental involvement or parental or mentor involvement, because at that age, that makes the difference. If there's any way to measure that, that seems to be the biggest correlate, what is the term? Correlate or cofactor in success is having either a mentor, and it might be somebody at your school, a teacher or somebody, or an elder or an uncle or an auntie or someone, or grandparents that help. So that's exciting. So it's good that you had
Thank
that
you.
background.
One caring adult, right?
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Thank you, Sandy.
Thank you.
Financials?
Okay, I sent out the June 30th, 2026 financial statement a few weeks ago, before the end of July. And that is the end of the fiscal year for our new board members, so that would have been a 12-month set of financial statements. Looking into the new year, we have received two amendments from the BIE for this year's funding. One of them dealt with the ISEP funding and admin cost, and the most recent one dealt with the title programs. So we're on our way so far this year. I am expecting a decrease, as I mentioned earlier, in the ISEP funds. So we'll keep our eye on that. I had a note right here that it looks like if the numbers hold from what they indicated with the first installment this year, that we're looking at a decrease of a little over 180,000. But when we totaled it up earlier, it was more than double that. So we'll have to keep our eye on it, and we'll let everybody know how it's going. So that's all I have, unless there's questions.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Stephanie.
All right, so we're going to move on to committee comments. Kim, Gravel?
This is for Steph and the early Head Start. Didn't we give like raises and starting pay? Didn't we jump that up like probably 2 years ago, I'm thinking?
It was 2025, yeah, I believe we did that. I'd have to get the exact date, but we did. And then what happens is then everyone else goes and ups theirs, and then we get below again, and.
Is that what's happening?
I mean,
Because we did fill them up, I think we did it about 4 years ago too, and we did really good, and then everyone,
yeah, we ran into a crisis, I think, it might have been 2024, Jess might know off the top of, it was, I believe, it was 2024, because it was right after I had gotten hired, and we ran into a crisis where everybody else's wages went up, and then all of our teachers, I think we lost like 10 within like 2 weeks. And so I'm trying to keep an eye on it so that doesn't happen again, but,
I was just looking at all the vacant positions over there and trying to open the other classroom.
yeah, and I skipped that part of the report. What I'll say to that is we actually had planned, I had said that before, we were going to open one of them. We were going to tier it, not do them all at once this fall. And we ran into an issue where we lost a teacher, and now I believe we're just hiring that teacher in an active classroom we needed. And I'm going to check on applications, but I did talk to Chandra as I was writing this report. And that is going to be child care center rooms, so younger students, and we have the ability then to open mid-year. So we're going to reassess in a couple months, and the hope is that we can start that like mid-year this academic year. We are getting applicants, usually those that apply for us are early childhood, so a little bit, different age group than Bawading, so that's not an issue, but it is hard to get qualified teachers because we want to make sure we have a teacher with an associate's or a bachelor's degree, and then we have those under them helping as like our teacher aides or equivalent of parapros with CDAs or without CDAs. So it is tough in this area, but as I go to conferences and learn more, it's with other directors, it's across the nation, right? It's not just here. So we're continuing conversations with the local universities and, Amy Kronemeyer at Sioux Schools, how can we pipeline students? I know in their program in the Sioux Schools, they have a program that gives students CDAs or allows them that opportunity, so how can we pipeline them up? And we have that really good tiered system where they get a CDA, then they can get their associates and keep going and get their bachelor's, and it's working. You guys saw we had 12 graduate, I think, this year at Bay Mills. We have made improvements, though, so I'll just end on that. Like, compared to a few years ago to now, I think we were I don't even know how many, 7 or 8 teachers behind, and now we're just needing, we're right there to open one of these classrooms, so we're getting there.
Mike?
Along the same lines, and not to be the Debbie Downer. But at some point, though, we might have to reevaluate, because we have, those classrooms, I think, have been vacant since we opened the building.
Yeah, back when I was at admin, it's been, I
So,
think.
so at some point, we might need to just call a duck and say, we've leveled off, this is what we can maintain, this is, and then what do we do with those rooms?
Yeah,
So I don't want to have that discussion right now, but I do think it's something that we need to take a good, healthy look at and say, look, we've plateaued. This is what we can sustain. This is how many classrooms we can keep open. This is our plan moving forward, because we've had those vacancies. We've tried throwing money at it
Yeah.
again and again, but I do think the area, and like you said, it's a national thing. I do think the pipelines are helping, but they're helping us maintain what we
Yeah.
got, not to expand. So at some point, I do think we need to reevaluate.
I'm actually glad you brought that up, because I think Jess and I have mentioned that before. So you're not a Debbie Downer, it's reality, right? It gets tough for me, my heart versus my head, because we have 70-some students on the wait list. And these classrooms, if we open them, only give 16, all 3, right? But yeah, the expenses, if we can't get the teachers, is a reality. So that's why we were starting, well, if we can at least open one, and then if we can't do the other 2, so.
If there's no other questions or comments, no.
So another thing that we're watching, well, I know the legislative office is watching closely, is the current administration, presidential administration, is directing to lax ACF and Head Start regulations. So we don't really know what that means yet. I don't want to lax regulations because they're safety regulations that keep Indian kids safe. But on the other hand, there are some nitpicky sort of things in the regulations that might make it easier for us to get counts in the pipeline. Because right now, you have to actually have a kid behind each count. And that affects us adversely on the western end, because for some reason, on the western end, they don't enroll their kids until they're kindergarten age, which means they've completely passed the Head Start age. So that might change. And then also, it feels weird to even say this because I'm all for regulations when it comes to quality teachers, but there might even be some ability to lax provisional hires and a period of time by which people get their regulation or get their certification. And then our former Head Start staff member, Dr. Hammock, is an national expert at training people for this. So what that might mean is that these regulations, as we participate in the regulations and be self-critical, but also support some of those regulation changes, might make it easier for us to get access to funding. So that might be good. So.
I did see that email come through the other day on those changes, so I think we're getting ready to look at it for consultation as well.
Yeah, and by the way, our chairman, the reason he missed the last board meeting was because he's the chair of the ACF Tribal Advisory, so.
Sue?
Yeah, hi Stephanie. We've had this discussion before, but I'm going to bring it up now. I'm glad that you got an extension on this grant, because I know a bulk of the funding, we didn't see the budget until April, so I know that a lot of it was left for this school year, so that's a good thing. But I will say that moving forward, if you apply for this grant and you come before the board, I would really like to see that these numbers shift a bit. I do not think it's a good thing to have expectations that exceed the capacity for the buildings you're in or the staff that you have. So 50 students in St. Ignace of a classroom with 35 students was a lot. And we were hitting 40s, in the 40s, and our staff was very worn out. And I have a sense that we traded a lot of culture and a lot of meaningful building relationships with students just for numbers. And that makes me sad for YEA, because that is our strength, and our direct service workers are our backbone to that program. So I would definitely say that you should speak to the grantors again about those expectations And I know that in St. Ignace, I've heard rumbling, the school does not want to house a daycare center for the tribe. And I know we do not pay them any money for that space. So that's my other concern, is the relationships we have worked so hard for decades to build with schools. I'm afraid that those are diminishing because we are more about after-school and weekends. And then lastly, once I got to see the budgets for this grant and understanding that I was expected to do more with less money, those things are concerning to me. I love YEA. When I left the last day of YEA, I went to see Adam and Zach's movie, and they spoke about the magic of YEA, and it really fulfilled that circle for me of when I started to when I ended. And when I think about the magic of YEA and the work that those young boys put forward, I wonder if the program that we're running now would support that kind of growth in our students, and that makes me sad, so thank you.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate your feedback. The intent of this grant was to never take any culture out. If anything, the grant does specifically support that, so I appreciate the feedback. And I'll talk to Ashley more. And also the school outreach. I know that we've actually, with Ashley and Lisa, I've been working even harder and gotten into more schools. And I understand we did have that discussion about the being in the schools and how this grant does support more the after school and summer. And again, I had mentioned earlier kind of right now having to do this, but then the long-term plan, and I did talk to Sarah and Escanaba about this too, was once we get more staff, and again, you'll see my 2027 budget and hopefully more support for that, to be able to spread those schedules out to where we can still do both. And I know the intent was to never pull out of all the schools with the in-school tutoring. I know we had to adjust the hours, and some could only be reduced and go to a couple hours versus if they were in there all day. And just to piggyback off the comment too, because again, I appreciate it, the less funding with more. So we did still have the operating budget, which the grant, yes, you only had a certain allotted amount. But we did still have the operating budget, which I did with a fine tooth comb to make sure nothing was reduced. So if it was misunderstood or we can talk at a different time, but I would like to come possibly at a different time and maybe with Ashley do a presentation on, where we're at, what the intent of this grant. And I do understand it's hard in these positions. You have to temporarily cut back for the long-term vision, and that's not the goal. I've heard from other areas very positive, so I do appreciate your feedback, and we can talk too. Yep.
Lana?
Good morning, everybody. Sorry we were a little late and couldn't stay on because of the route we have to take to get up to the Sioux now. Barbo area is a dead area. But I did, and it might have already been said, but in your report, when I read it, the grand opening for Hessel.
Oh, yeah, it moved.
It moved to the 28th.
Yep, it moved right after I wrote this.
Okay, yep. So I just wanted to, because we initially thought it would be that day. So,
The 28th from 10 to 1, right?
so everybody knows.
Yep.
that it's the
I did bring flyers for that. I think it was shared online as well, but I printed some off here too.
I'll
so.
take a couple, we can take a
Yeah,
couple
I'll
of
split
those
those
too.
up between all of you.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right, if there's no other questions, comments, concerns? Without objection, I'd like to adjourn the meeting. All right, thank you, everyone. Hey, Dan. The board needs just a minute. If I could just have you step out for just a second, please. Thank you, Dan. Sorry. Call to order Sioux Tribe Enterprise Authority, Quaden Casino, Whitefish Room. Time is 11:51. Roll call.
Cole Goodrow.
Here.
Tyler LaPlante. Rob McGrory.
Here.
Michael McCurchy.
Here.
Kimberly Lee.
Here.
Ashley Gravel.
Here.
Lana Cosley Smith.
Here.
Larry Barbeau.
Here.
Bridget Sorensen.
Here.
Kimberly Gravel.
Here.
Aaron Paymont.
Here.
Sue St. Ange.
Here.
Austin Lowe's.
Agenda business is the minutes and authorized use of assumed name EDC, other, and then adjourning. Roll
Motion to approve.
Perfect. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Agenda is what? Adopted. Motion for the minutes on July 21st, 2026.
Oh, I thought I fixed that.
It says, our written one says McKechnie.
It sure does. So yes, that can just be like a technical correction without objection?
Actually, you just have to say it without objection.
Without objection.
And then just all those in favor of.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining?
Now we're on the resolution. And, so I'll read the resolution. I didn't even think about that for this one, hey? Oh. God, where's the rest of it? I'm sorry.
Authorizing use of the assumed name Enterprise Development Corporation.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Sioux Tribe Enterprise Authority hereby approves the registration and use of Enterprise Development Corporation as an assumed name or DBA for authorized activities conducted under FEIN 32-082-7331. Be it further resolved that the Chief Executive Officer of Enterprise Operations is authorized to prepare, execute, acknowledge, deliver, and file all certificates, applications, registrations, renewals, amendments, and other documents, and to take any other actions reasonably necessary to register, maintain, and use the assumed name authorized by this resolution in accordance with applicable law. And be it finally resolved that registration and use of the assumed name Enterprise Development Corporation shall not create a separate legal entity or alter the ownership, governance, authority, liabilities, or federal tax status of the underlying tribal enterprises or activities conducted under FEIN 32-082-7331. Just ask Danny to give a brief explanation.
Will you give us a little brief explanation, please?
Sure, yes. What this is just a resolution seeking authorization to use the current EIN for Eagle Lending, where the EDC employees are housed, our payroll comes from, just to do business under the assumed name Enterprise Development Corporation. This would alleviate any confusion when dealing with different entities when we use that tax ID number to identify ourselves. Specifically, recently, we've been working with, Michigan Works and some of the other job posting sites, and they ask for an EIN. And if any questions come up with this or anything else regarding that EIN, we'll have a resolution stating that it's authorized to be used under that name, which is it's an EIN currently in play and in use. And that's where these employees for the EDC are housed in that EIN.
Does anyone have any questions?
No, was there a motion in a second, though?
Yes, there was.
Okay.
It was Mike and Kim G. All right, we're gonna do roll call.
Larry,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Kimberly Gervell,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Sue,
Yes.
Lana,
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Carries.
Motion carried. We have nothing else on the agenda. Motion to adjourn for lunch,
Thank you.
or without objection, I guess.
When you're at the agenda, and the item is on the agenda, you can say there's no other items on the agenda, we are adjourned.
Perfect. with USACE reparations, and it's going to be Emma and Cody.
Oh my gosh. So we are going to present a MOA with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. It would be for compensation for tribal monitoring happening on Army Corps property, specifically down at the Sioux Locks. So it would pay for potentially my salary, or if I were busy on other monitoring projects or out of town, it would pay for somebody else to be able to step in and do that monitoring. And it would be paid for through the Army Corps. And we just wanted to have an open discussion about that, and if that is something that the tribe is interested in exploring.
Kim Lee, then Aaron.
What does that monitoring look like?
So tribal monitoring is any ground disturbing activities that are happening on Army Corps property. Somebody from either Sault Ste. Marie Tribe or Bay Mills has to be there to make sure that the Army Corps is following proper protocol during anything ground disturbing.
Okay, so they sit through the whole project, essentially.
Yes, and
Okay.
I do that regardless, but
Right.
this would be compensation for it.
Okay, thank you.
Aaron?
So, Holly, I don't know if you know this, but we, Budgets knows this. We created a revenue line for the position for a person who had the job before you, because she got certified and could go out and do that. So we did have a revenue line in that position, but this is a little bit different because it's a different funding source. So we probably would have to do a budget modification to, if that budget still has a revenue line in it. But because we would be collecting revenue from, what is it, not USDA, would you just say Corps?
USAC.
Army Corps?
Yeah.
So they're gonna compensate for any hours that you do, but then, you're also asking if we could have somebody backfill to do some of the regular work that you're doing out of your regular wage. Is that correct? Is that what you asked, or did you just?
Yeah, so basically, this MOA would reimburse for any wages, but in the event that Emma might be pulled elsewhere, like let's say there is other repatriation work or she has to go do a consultation or wherever, this revenue essentially would allow us to contract maybe somebody like
Okay.
Cecil Pavlot or something. Like, basically, we would be billing them, and this is all very preliminary right now. We have never done something like this before with them. So in terms of establishing a budget, what that would look like, all those details would have to be hashed out between now and then. Obviously, this MOA would have to come back to the board for discussion. But yeah, essentially, so if there is a revenue line in that budget that would generate revenue that would be compensating for either Emma's time or another contractor's time, based on the amount of work that they're doing down
So
there.
you might have to front some of the revenue because it's all happening simultaneous to, like, if you're working and we need to so we might need to front some money that then basically doesn't get spent because you get the
Correct,
revenue
yeah.
for it.
So, I mean, we're obviously budgeting for Emma's full wages for the entire year. This isn't something that essentially we'd be able to count on to offset like a regular thing, because it's purely based on how much work she would be doing down there on any
Come
given
up
point in time.
with an estimate of what you think it might be, and then just have that in the revenue line, but it's not utilized unless we need the subcontractor to do it.
Correct.
And then we do have the ability to do a personal services contract for that. That's not employment, that's separate from that. But
Correct.
if it's
And I have
budgeted-
that already.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Lana?
So the ask here today is to enter into MOU that we don't have yet, correct?
We do not have, we
Okay.
have a draft MOA, but it's not
MOA.
finalized. We don't have, there's no signing today.
Okay, there's nothing that we can look at yet.
We could provide the draft MOA to you.
Okay, and then you would be there, if they're gonna start doing anything there, you would be, that'd probably be a full-time position if if you're gonna monitor where they dig and what they're doing.
It depends
Yep, yeah.
on the projects that they have, and I know that they have projects upcoming that are gonna be larger.
So that would take you away from where you're at now, doing the repatriation for the tribe and all the projects that we have going on and the calls that we get to go, and you want to, are we enclosed? No, we're not enclosed. There's Janet. You have already identified one person to fill in for that, and I have no objection whatsoever. But do you have adequate people to do that? I fully support us doing that as well with the Army Corps of Engineers, but I guess I'd want to see who we would have doing the work here if you're outside doing that work.
That person would be doing contract work for the monitoring happening at the locks. They would not be replacing my duties here.
Oh, okay.
Sorry for the confusion.
Yeah, then I had that backwards, yeah. It sounded like you were gonna fill in there. I thought that's what you said at the beginning, and then we're going to contract. I think that's what I heard, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll just look forward to seeing the MOA. Would I call it a MOU? MOA when we get it.
Cole?
Just so I understand, like, how the zipper plan works here with who you're working for, is it like directly for the Army Corps? Is that how this is gonna work? You're working under them or just monitoring their work?
I have to monitor their work
You
regardless.
have to.
The area that they have down at the Sioux Locks is archaeologically sensitive.
Yep, so I'm assuming that all the other tribes are gonna have an environmental monitor there as well?
Bay Mills has one.
Yeah, are we aligned with them on kind of what their strategy is, so we're not kind of pushing and pulling and we're on the same page?
With Bay Mills.
Yeah, so say you're out there and you find something that isn't right, you have the authority to shut the job down then,
Correct.
and that's through the Army Corps.
It's through Section 106. I have that.
Federal law.
That authority.
Okay, I'm just asking to see how this works, I'm getting acclimated to it.
If we know what's ours, we do. If we don't, it goes to a collective approach.
Yeah, understood, I just want to make sure we're aligned either with other tribes or, you know what I mean, we're all level set.
That area is shared responsibility between Sioux Tribe and Bay Mills.
Yeah, so she said Sioux Tribe and Bay Mills, you're saying Little Traverse.
Little Traverse too.
So,
For the locks area, they have not, in at least recent history.
yeah, so just making sure we're aligned, making sure we have those roles and responsibilities. Lana had a good point on backfilling, making sure that you have enough support. We don't want you to get burnt out either. I know we want to make sure how we fund it, but we don't want you running all over the place too and making sure, because I think it's right, once this gets going, you're gonna be spending a lot of time. I'm not sure what their schedule looks like.
I have to
or
do
how-
it regardless, though.
Yeah, we do, but we also have to make sure that you're backfilled as well. You know what I mean? Yeah. So
Kim Gravel?
Point of information. So you're going to be doing it, or the contracted person is going to be doing it? Because you're saying two different things, kind of. Yeah.
It would be
Pardon me?
primarily me, but if
Okay.
needed, I would have to contract somebody else.
Okay.
Kim Gravel?
Cole, just a little info. Bay Mills are Sioux Band people, so they are right on board with us as far as all this repatriation goes, because their people are our people. So,
Says it right in their constitution.
yeah, so they're our, I would say our sister tribe, yeah.
They don't like when we remind them it's
Holy, that was a mouthful. So are you looking for, without objection, from the board for you to continue working on this with legal?
Correct.
All right. Is there any objection?
Will this, I guess as a point of information, will this require a reso or anything to do that? Okay,
MOU will require.
yeah, okay.
I will state as well, Josh Elliott took a look at this initial proposal and didn't see anything concerning. So as we're off to a good start in that regard, but we didn't want to further the conversation anymore if there was going to be objection here.
Great job at Music in the Park. You're kind of funny. Need some more new jokes.
15 minutes. Is there anybody else with any questions, comments, or concerns with them? Sue?
I was wondering, with the National Archives and Records Administration closing down in a couple months in Chicago, if we have in the past, or if we're going to send a delegate to access and copy our treaty and land claims forms.
I will be down there on Monday through Wednesday next week.
Awesome, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, miigwech.
Wayfinding and branding projects, and that is with Wendy Hoffman. Yeah, we can do that, Aaron. We'll reconvene at 2:55. Does that give them enough time? 2:55. Started, everybody, and we are doing wayfinding and branding project with Wendy Hoffman.
Afternoon, everyone. I'm Wendy Hoffman with the Transportation Department, and today we're presenting our final schematics and all of our information on the Regional Wayfinding and Branding Project. The project started last May, I believe. Last June. So we have had a comprehensive project over the past 12 to 14 months. So today, Julia O'Keefe with Kaufman and Associates will be presenting a PowerPoint, and I'm going to let her take the lead now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Tate pain oikalo inwena kisa himumu katsa inamwenektoas Julia Keefe. Good day, everyone. My name is Himumu Katsit. That's Nimi Butimpt, the Nez Perce language, and it translates to she calls out from on high. My government name is Julia Keefe, and I'm very honored to be here with you today. So as Wendy said, I am a project director at Kaufman and Associates on our communications team. With us on the call are other members of our team, including our architecture subcontractor, Womer and Associates. This is our agenda. So we'll do welcomes, introductions, collaborators, project overview, language and cultural collaboration, branding direction, a signage package walkthrough, and then of course looking ahead for this wayfinding project for you all. So this was our comprehensive team on the Sault Ste. Marie side. And I just want to say, Himakis Katsiayao, thank you so much to you all for meeting with us today. For those of you who provided input, to Wendy and her team for the wonderful oversight and collaboration on this project. These are the members of the Language and Culture Subcommittee who were indispensable in their knowledge, as well as the division, department, and program leads who contributed in our monthly work group calls. And from the Kaufman and Associates team, we have Bill, Megan, myself, and Josephine. From Womer and Associates, we have Darcy, Jen, Sheila, and Nima. So our project overview for the branding and graphic design services provided. Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Transportation Department partnered with Kaufman and Associates to develop a cohesive, culturally responsive branding and wayfinding signage system across tribal communities. The idea was really to ensure that there was a sense of place within the branding and the eventual wayfinding signage that ties Anishinaabe-Moan culture, history, and identity, and of course was compliant with all applicable tribal, state, and federal transportation standards. Central to this project was the community voice. I am a member of the Nez Perce tribe. My cultural norms will be different from Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians. And so it's imperative for community members to have their voices be heard and really drive the creative direction of this project. And that was one of our central tenets as we were operating and developing this work. So the project launched in June 2025. We had monthly work group meetings from August 25 through April 26, in addition to biweekly calls with Wendy and her team. We also conducted 2 site audits in person. That was conducted by Womer in October and January. And those site audits were really to assess existing signage and also to find opportunities for the implementation of new signage and wayfinding. As I said, community engagement was a core focus of how we developed this work. We conducted 5 community workshops that were both virtual and in person, and then a community-wide signage and branding survey. We did a comprehensive document and material review of your existing signage, existing branding, existing, everything that's been done to date. We wanted to make sure that we had a deep understanding of what was already existing. And then our final deliverables included style tiles, so basically your branding. That will include typography, colors, the graphics, any sort of graphic elements. So we had tile styles that were developed that you could choose from, and then of course a final style tile, the signage mock-ups, and then a message schedule framework so that you are able to have the exactly what you want to say on the signs in exactly the way you want to say it. So our work plan comprised of 3 tasks. We had task 1, which was pre-design and information gathering. So the document review, meetings, site audit, community workshops, and the survey. Task 2 was branding and graphic design. So that included that branding style tile, and then also the signage drawings that were created by our architecture firm, Womer. And then task 3 was project management. This is the service area. And now we're getting into the meat and potatoes of this really fun project. So our language and cultural collaboration. Part of our community workshops, we were able to gather just a huge amount of really wonderful information from the participants of these community workshops. They were facilitated by my colleague, Courtney Yolhaller, who was able to facilitate these community workshops. We gathered drawings, we gathered history and cultural knowledge, and everyone was so incredibly generous with their time and their cultural knowledge. So centering Anishinaabe-Moan in public spaces. Part of this project was the development of the language subcommittee, and they created this beautiful framework of not only words, but phrases that could be used in the wayfinding signage. It was led by tribal members, employees, language speakers, teachers, knowledge keepers. It ensured linguistic accuracy, cultural integrity, and community alignment. I had a really funny conversation with one of the members of the language subcommittee. She gave me this beautiful spreadsheet of words. She was like, "Oh yeah, these are the words that you could use in the signage." And I was like, "But I still need you. Can you tell me how to string these words together? Because I know, Nimiputimpt, but Anishinaabe-Moan is something that I'm not as familiar with." And so she was so generous in being able to put together these phrases, and now it's this sort of living document of phrases that can be updated and added to. So the guiding approach on meaning and cultural context based on traditional double vowel orthography systems. And it really, the purpose of this subcommittee and the larger document that was created was to preserve the spirit of the language while also being clear in your wayfinding and branding, because, ensuring that both English and Anishinaabe-Moan are there for cultural preservation, language revitalization, but then also for those wayfinding practices. So these are some of the phrases that the language subcommittee put together. And I would love to say them, but I just know I would butcher it. Oh, okay. So this ongoing stewardship and cultural impact, the signage will strengthen cultural identity and also honor the language, honor language speakers, and also support the preservation of the language for future generations. The language subcommittee continues to assist with translation, review, and cultural guidance on language used in our branding and wayfinding efforts. And this initiative honors the 7 grandfather teachings and carries the language forward for the next 7 generations. So branding direction. So KAI conducted our listening sessions and the survey. Participants, again, were so generous with their expertise in this area of relational, intergenerational connection to the land and water. Sorry, the Zoom is covering up some of my words. Oop, let me go back. It was offered strong support of Anishinaabe-Moan alongside English to ensure that there's some of that translation that's visible for anyone looking at the signage. Cultural teachings and clan symbols being incorporated, visual elements with bold natural colors rooted in woodland ecology. And the survey results showed strong community support for expanded and improved wayfinding. Emphasis on these key tribal values, especially respect, humility, honesty, and truth. And a call for signage to reflect cultural pride, environmental stewardship, and historical truth. Another bit of the information that we were able to gather was, this idea that yes, we have this historical knowledge, but also that Sault Ste. Marie tribe of Chippewa Indians is a modern and contemporary living culture. And so really wanting to drive forward that idea that not only are we preserving this lush cultural background, but we are standing here in modern time, in this time, and we are very present in this day and age. So for branding direction, KAI created 3 style tiles with 3 separate approaches to the branding. One that is more culturally focused, one or rather that's one that's more contemporary Indigenous art focused, one that has more of a focus on the woodland elements and the ecology. Is it something that's more specific to one place, within Sault Ste. Marie tribe of Chippewa Indians, or is it more of a regional based approach? And so we developed these 3 style tiles, and the second style tile was selected, which was contemporary woodland design that is culturally grounded, bold and easy to recognize, and flexible for different uses. We updated the colors of this style tile to be complementary to the tribe's flag, based off of the work group feedback. And then the floral designs were also updated based on guidance from Lori Gambardella. And we updated the water design pattern as well, based off of work group feedback. One of the things that we really wanted to focus in on in this branding direction was also to include iconography of clan animals. So our clan animal graphics are inspired by contemporary woodland art, smooth flowing lines and soft rounded shapes that give each animal a sense of movement and life. And it's a unified nature-inspired look that feels both clean and expressive. So this is just a representative selection of the clan animals that we were able to create graphics for. So the signage package walkthrough. The signage package is a very comprehensive document. And the different sections of this document include the general standards, typography, artwork, symbolism, color finish, material specifications, as well as a systems overview that will serve as a key, sort of like a key of the different signage, the different sign options that you could use dependent upon what is called for at that location. What? Oh, yes, a catalog. Thank you. I was like, there's a word. I know there's a word. I work on the communications team, and And I'm also a singer outside of that, and you would think I would have a better grasp of my words, but thank you so much, Wendy, for the assist. The signage location maps. So during our site audit, our architect was able to go and photograph different locations as well as get aerial views of where the signs, the recommended signage could go based on the flow of traffic or foot traffic, the height of the signage. Will it be illuminated by electricity, or is the lighting there, good enough without electricity? So the signage location maps will give you a very clear idea of where each sign is recommended to be built. And then the content schedule, that will include your message schedule of what each sign will say specifically, what clan iconography will be used, if it's different from, if you want something specific. And then, of course, those performance requirements, so signage performance, quality control, and the execution from fabricators. And this is a list of the different signage types that the wonderful architects at Womer and Associates created drawings for. And so these are some of those fabrications and drawings implementing the branding, and that was created by KAI. This is a representative selection of those drawings. So this is an example of the pylon entry, site entry, or monument sign. Pedestrian wayfinding and vehicle directional. A neighborhood gateway sign. And then here's a conceptual rendering, sort of putting it into practice in place. And looking ahead for fabrication and installation readiness. So looking ahead, KAI is ready to submit the finalized signage package. So that includes in-depth specification drawings for whoever your fabricator will be for this signage, the tribe-led fabrication and installation planning, continued internal communications rollout as branding is adopted. Ongoing considerations, the flexibility in sign applications across multiple communities, with a continued emphasis on cultural visibility through branding, and then, of course, maintenance and sustainability of physical signage assets. And before I open it up for any sort of discussion, comments, concerns, gripes, complaints, I'm going to ask if anyone from the Womer team would like to jump in with any thoughts or observations.
I can say something. My name is Darcy Morton. I'm actually an engineer here at Womer & Associates, originally from Manistee, Michigan. So I was very happy to work on this project. And one thing I would note, we're open to any comments or changes that need to be made to make sure you get your product that you need. And as Julia mentioned, it is a large packet because we wanted to make sure we have incorporated all the different signage that you would need for the wayfinding across the UP. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Darcy. WOMER has this wonderful team of architects and engineers who really jumped in and did this fantastic work, and it's an all-female group of architects and engineers who jumped into this work with us, and I've been calling them the WOMER women, who really took this across the finish line. So really a huge thank you to Darcy and the WOMER women for their work. For me at Kaufman, I love being able to go to my community and see Nimi Butimt implemented and incorporated into our signage. Being able to, this was one of the first conversations I had with Wendy, was going up to Vancouver, BC, and seeing how integrated the language is and the cultural design elements. And I think this is such a huge and beautiful effort, not only ensuring our language is preserved, but that we as a people are not forgotten, and people remember that they are visitors to our lands. And so I just want to thank you all and Wendy and the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians for allowing KAI to be part of this effort with you all.
Thank you, Julia.
Cole, Lana, Aaron, then Kim G. Then
How's it
Mike.
going? Thank you for putting that all together. I could tell you guys put a lot of work in this and a lot of passion. Just a couple of questions I had. I think the design is great. Love the colors, love the layout of it. As far as when the finalized package is submitted, what does that look like? Is that everything other than the actual construction of the product? Like stamp drawings, it's stamped, it's here you go, there's a BOM with that. We're ready to rock and roll.
Yes, we are. Yes, that's what we'll be given a final product.
Okay.
Right now, I do have this digital. I have one printed copy. It's 150 pages, I believe 157 in color. The standard was 11 by 17 print. So I can send this out. I can create a file of all the printed items that I have here today, and we can share that with everyone. So you can get the full specs.
Okay.
The specs book. So this would be the spec book that I would include with an RFP or an RFB to put out for bid.
Okay.
This document is from the architects and the engineers.
So we're not gonna self-perform the installation then? We're gonna send that out to bid? Is that what I'm hearing? That's gonna be sent out to bid, the actual installation of the signs?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, actually, the first step will be fabrication, because these are unique signs. These will be created for us.
Yep.
Fabricated for us. So everything in our package will give us the opportunity to move that forward.
Perfect. And it
Yep.
says tribe-led fabrication? Are they doing that as well? When it says tribe-led fabrication and installation?
That means it's led by transportation. That
Okay.
the tribe will be leading the project forward.
Okay,
For the
that's when I
manufact-
seen that, thought
Yeah.
like we're self-performing the signs and then subbing them out to have someone else install them, so that's why I asked.
Yeah,
I got confused
understood.
there. No, great job. I think the signs look great. It looks like you guys put a lot
Well,
of work into this, so.
it was very exciting. Thank you for the questions. And we do have a display that we worked on, and you can see all of the different printouts on the wall back here, if you want to take an opportunity to look at those.
Nice.
They're obviously not to scale, but they're closer to scale than the PDFs on your computers.
Right.
Lana?
Yeah, this is great. It is just, it's a really feel-good thing that is well overdue for us to get there, and I love the colors too. I know that you guys brought them forward to us a while back, and we all put our little number, and I think it was pretty much unanimous on those shades and that color context. But I do have one question about our constitutional reform that we're getting going here, and I know that Bindigan Bawating is on the one thing, but it no longer is going to be, it's not gonna be the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians if this passes, so the name is gonna change in the Constitution. So that's one thing we have to keep in mind before we sign any documents and they start their work. That has to be changed in that, if that changes, because we don't want to spend all that money and then have the Constitution be changed and our name be changed as well. So I don't know if that trickled down to the committee. Am I correct? Am I not? I'm correct. Okay, all right. So that's something that you guys need to know. It's beautiful, but I mean, and I thought maybe you knew because of, the Bawating that you guys already had in there, but it simply won't be Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians anymore. It's gonna be changed. So we need to keep that in mind. And I really like, the motto of, visitors to our lands. This is really, this is something that's well overdue. And I certainly don't need a copy of the 157 pages, but I would like to know, Wendy, if you could just shoot where they will be in Unit 2. You have the map there on the front, and we have the very big area. I'm sure it's probably gonna be the Newberry and the Hessel housing sites, or 2 tribal centers, or,
Yeah.
but if you could send, Kim and I maybe a map of where they're going, or a location of where they're going, the contents of it, and I agree with everything, and I think it's beautiful, and I appreciate too, the work that you guys put into this. So, that's it.
Thank you.
Aaron?
All right. So first of all, I attended the one session, the conceptual session, and I appreciate the respectful way that KAI reached out and did the communications with the community, and then your presentation today, the very respectful way steeped in our culture and our language here. So thank you for that. I also wanted to say, there's something not right about the color, the yellow color. I don't know what it is. It's I don't know if we could, our color on the flag is a little more muted, and it's kind of brassy. That it's in both on here and over there, it's kind of brassy. So I don't know if we can tone that a little bit closer to the yellow that's on the flag. So maybe it's just me, but it's not natural, I guess. Our yellow on the flag is a little more muted, a little more natural, and that's our first direction. So.
Right.
Yeah, so just some information there. On the clan, I don't know if you can find the clan page quick enough, but I'm guessing that that's a sturgeon, because we used to have the sturgeon clan. It's
Yeah.
not represented on our flag, and we do still have sturgeon tribal members that are of the sturgeon clan. We have some that are Martin clan still too. But I'm wondering, because the deer is on a different one. I saw that on there. The person who designed our original clan designs on our flag just passed away a couple months ago. She was non-native, but her husband was tribal. And so when I was a young boy, I had the benefit of hearing her explain those clan structures. And so the crane looks very close to our reconfigured modern crane, so that's good. And I like the other ones too. But Waboose is not represented, so Rabbit Clan, we kind of don't really, not a lot of people are Rabbit Clan anymore, but I don't know because it's on our flag if we should represent that. Otherwise, I think we got them all. Plus you got the Sturgeon Clan there, so. The only other thing I was gonna say is, when we get ready to do the implementation, if we could have a local conversation with each community, because I have a feeling, and I'm just kind of guessing here, that Unit 2 is probably going to want to emphasize Muckwa a little bit more than maybe the other clans. So if we had that local conversation when we get ready to implement, to see what the primary clan might be that we put up front. There was one more issue that I wanted to say, and I don't know if it was the clans. Darn it. It'll come to me, and maybe we'll circle back, and I'll try to remember what it was. It was pretty important, though. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, a couple things. We did get a good representation of clans. those just a select that were shared during the PowerPoint. And this full document, the 157 pages, will be shared with everyone. There will be a file for the wayfinding and branding, and all the backup documents will be available for each board member to review. Okay? And I like your, we definitely will do that. We will work with each community prior to. So I just want to touch on a couple of things with the printouts that I have here today. I do have printouts of the PowerPoint. There's 6 copies. I also have copies of the community engagement summary. There was the survey and then all the community input sessions. There is a document for that, and those are available. I also have a copy, and these are all digital. This one is the language Anishinaabemowin database that will be shared with our cultural division with Cody. And Cody will take this on, but we'll still utilize it for our signage.
I remember what it was. So, all right, so one thing that we knew a long time ago, because not a lot of people have access to our language, and what we've done in the past to promote it is throughout the offices, we've had the language, the word in the language, and then the word in English. So wherever possible, where it fits, where we have the clan, if we could have the language, the word in the language, like makwa, and then in small parentheses, bear. But makwa should be first, because then it's promoting them to try to, oh, makwa, okay, I know what that is, it's bear. Because, you know, some of our members are familiar, more than not are not familiar. So every time we have signage, it'll give us a chance to get them to feel comfortable seeing the word in our language and then also in English. So that's it.
Yes, actually, that was a critical request from the Culture and Language Subcommittee, that we use Anishinaabemowin as first, and English will be, Anishinaabemowin will be primary, English will be secondary for all the signage. So thank you for that question. Just to touch on, and then another printout is each facility across the service area that there was a site analysis on, and the coordinates are on that sheet. But that also coincides with each facility. In the document, you'll see that there's a picture. There's a site aerial location, and then there's a selection of the recommended sign type for that location and their recommendations. The community can decide. So just wanted to touch on those key things.
Kim Gervell.
Let everybody know.
Mike?
You might have answered this already, but are we doing like, I would love to see one when you get off the Sugar Island Ferry, you know, in the native language, right next to Sugar Island Township sign.
Yeah.
Something like Welcome to Indian Land, because that whole, you know, everywhere, all our communities were owned by the natives before they parceled them off. Like, welcome to Hessel, welcome to Escanaba. You know? I mean, I just think it would be great to pull off that ferry and see that sign there.
I agree. I agree. I think that would be wonderful, and actually at each one of our islands.
Yes.
And all of our islands were a topic of
Non-beach.
discussion with the water across the service area with the tribal membership during the community input. So I think it would be beneficial, and we can that can be added when the scope of work goes out for bidding.
Okay.
For installation and fabrication.
Yeah, because some of those signs would look nice.
Oh, they would. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
Definitely. You're welcome.
Mike?
First of all, thank you for putting all the work in. The stuff looks great. Without that big booklet in front of me, though, was the intent for because you talked about the clans and using those, was the intent to do anything specific with the clans? Like, are they going to be used at random, or was it more of, hey, when it's housing, we're gonna use this clan? If it's because you're talking about branding too, so I was just trying to figure out the use of those clans, because I think it's a great idea. I love using the clans, but are we looking to use it consistently across the tribe, or was it just these are the clans and you could use them wherever. I guess I just wanted to be clear on that.
Right, so that was actually a major discussion with the work group. The full 40, there were 40 participants total on this full project team. So we've had a lot of great support across each department and program, just so everyone's aware. It was a very full and robust team. But with saying that, there was a request to include our clans. So we wanted to accommodate that as the leadership team. So we asked for, one of our cultural artists provided all the sketches for the clans, and these are an option. And these are an option to include, and that's dependent on the community. That's where we stand with the project, that if there is a location that would like to use the Muckwa and use the bear, they would have that opportunity. If there's a location that would like to use the eagle.
So
We-
it's just,
yep.
it's an option then, okay? I guess
That's
I
an
was,
option.
I was hoping from you guys telling us this is the best practices and all that, I was hoping for a recommendation of, hey, we've
Well-
we captured the designs, people want to use the clan system, we recommend you to use them here, here, and here, and then kind of go from there for input. But it's more of a, hey, we've captured the clans and the communities, see them we're having each community decide. So I was hoping if we're gonna do branding and have it Sioux tribe oriented, that we'd all be on the same pages when we had, when we see something on the health center and their sign has this clan kind of approach. But you're saying it's an optional thing for each community. So I guess, all right, I answered my own questions.
Well, this was a topic of
Oh,
discussion
gotcha.
for
So-
weeks,
And
days,
it-
weeks.
And that was ultimately what it was decided, was just let it be the community's decision.
Yes, as a leadership, we would have recommended, staying with the crane
Yeah.
and having that consistent across the board, but we
But
don't.
I like the clan system, but I want
Yeah.
consistency, and so I guess I was just hoping for that. But if that work group had discussed and all that, I understand.
Yeah. We still have the opportunity to do some tweaks, okay? We still have the opportunity to look at the color, the yellow. We have the opportunity to share these documents. Everyone can see all the plans, all the schematics, all the drawings from the architect. So that is something that we can fine tune, Mike. Yep, you're welcome.
Aaron?
Just to circle back, so remember when we did the concrete imprints and we did the clan footprints at the school and then over behind admin? So I think what would be helpful in the implementation, or which would be really good, is if we had a theme based on like housing or whatever, so thematic, and then steep that with the local community, because I think that will fit better. But if you've been to the museum, the Ojibwe Museum in St. Ignace, they have a beautiful, they're sculptures actually, and then they have a little placard for each one of the clans, and it describes the characteristics of the clan. So since we've gotten this far, for our clans, it would be nice if we had a central display in each community so that people who don't know that stuff would be able to see our clans and see what the characteristics behind those clans were. That itself would promote people to then say, oh geez, what's my clan? Or when they see Bear Clan, they see that they're fierce and they're fighters and they're protectors. I'm like, oh geez, that's why I'm like that, because they recognize their personality in the clan. But, so that might be one of the implementations from where you guys leave off. To the next step is, how can we then provide an educational opportunity in each unit for all the clans, so that people can see that. So, and if you haven't seen the Ojibwe Museum display, it's beautiful. It's outside, and they're tall sculptures, or they're metal, right? And then they have the descriptions for each of the clans. So you can walk through that, and by the time you're at the end of it, you have a pretty good understanding of our clans, our structure, the characteristics, all of that. So, thanks.
All right, Thank you, ladies, so much. Those were beautiful signs. We're gonna do a 10-minute break, so we'll come back at
3:46.
we'll come back at 3:46. This gives everybody a minute to go ahead and check out the signs that they have up there, so everybody can see all those and the hard work that they've put in.
Can I ask a quick
Sorry,
question?
Sue.
On the spelling of the language, are you going through one place for a unified spelling across the area? Because I see you have Bawatin spelled 3 different ways here on here.
Yes, there was actually, do you remember which libraries they used? I think there was 3 reference materials, and those were listed on the document. I don't have them at the top of my head right now, but I don't know if I have that listed anywhere.
Did those spellings go through like a language speaker?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So all of our, teachers that are employed with the language department, with culture and language, participated in this,
Okay.
creation. And then we also had 4 or 5 elders that participated on their own and participated in weekly project meetings to compile this.
All right, thank
Yep.
you.
Yeah, I can't remember what reference material that was used, though. I apologize. I can get that for you. That was one of them. And then Jennifer Dale Burton also has a couple of, she had a couple of locations that were reference materials too. So Jennifer was part of the project also. Yes.
Thank you, ladies, so much. We will come back in 10 minutes at 3:48. Thank you.
guys don't mind making your way back to your seats, we'll go ahead and get started in just a moment. All right, guys, the item that we're currently on is agenda review. Lana Stewart was courteous enough to cross off some of the resolutions that we've already workshopped today, so we don't need to workshop them again. So we will cover governmental emergency conditions policy with our governmental HR director, Ashley Samuelson.
Hello, Ashley Samuelson, Governmental HR Director. So I'm bringing forward the emergency conditions policy for updates. This policy is already in effect, and the point of it is to reflect the necessary changes to weather-related closures to the governmental division. This also includes the health division for this particular policy. Changes include remote work expectations, compensation, and leave practices during closures with timeframes specified and aligned with current protocols. So the emergency conditions policy is pretty much word for word the same as it was, with a few different exceptions on the second page, where it more closely defines who is going to make these decisions. Now it spells out that it's the CEO of governmental, the CFO of governmental, and also the health CEO, along with the tribal police, chief of police. And then also there's a portion in there about a no travel advisory. It's stating that if there is a no travel advisory is issued by a county sheriff's department, the four that I just listed will consult with the tribal chief of police to determine whether a closure or delay will be issued. A couple other changes are that the notification of delay or closure shall be determined by no later than 11 p.m. on the evening prior. That would be for a delay or a closure. And then if the delay turns into a closure, then by 8 a.m. of that next morning, it would then be determined by that time. And then it also spells out different issues that could arise, like if somebody's already on a leave of absence or is out sick, already a predetermined time off, that they do not get to utilize being off, like they don't get paid for the day for a weather closure, as they were already planning on being off. And then the last portion of the policy is stating that each division has to identify these team members, because it is also adding in a compensation of 1.5 times regular pay if somebody does have to come in. But that is all going to be predetermined ahead of time based on the division directors. They will provide a list to HR saying which positions are going to be able to come in when there's a closure and have to work, like people who have to shovel and other things that have to remain open, and which positions those will be covered. So those are all the major changes to the policy. This has been reviewed with the CEO of both health and governmental as well.
Okay, so these changes are in response to the terrible winter that we had last year. So last year it was a rough winter. We had a lot of cancelizations, a lot of 2-hour delays. So these changes are made to better notice the employees if there's going to be a cancellation or delay, and it will provide compensation to the people that are required to work in those conditions. So does anyone on the board have any questions, comments? Aaron, then Mike?
So we started this when it was focused on the winter weather, but then we had a conversation more recently about the smoke advisories. Does this apply to that?
Yes, somewhere in here, we did look it over. Smoke advisories would be under the policy. It says examples of emergency conditions that may warrant a closure include, but are not limited to, power, water, or other utility outages, flooding or other localized hazardous weather conditions, fire, other circumstances that pose a serious threat or health or to safety. Okay. So legal did review it just to make sure it was like broad enough, and it is.
Okay, thanks, Aaron. Mike?
My only comment will be, is on the consultation with tribal police. I believe when we did have these discussions, it was quite a while back, probably in the winter, right?
As well.
And one of the things that was stated there is that he will always caution to use, so consulting with him, I would have preferred to see it just that the CEOs make the call. And the consultation with, I mean, of course, they can include anybody they want with that consultation, but putting it in the policy, if you can't get a hold of the chief of police, is that gonna delay things? I'd rather it just still be the CEO, so I said it then, so I'm gonna say it now. I think it should just be the CEO, the CEO, the CFO, and the CEO of the health making that call without that consultation being a requirement. So I'm just gonna reiterate that. And then the second part is to the resolution itself. I briefly said something to legal real quick because I don't think we can rescind the entire resolution. We'd have to amend it because the casino and the enterprise stuff would still need to follow that original resolution. So I'll make that motion to amend during the meeting, but I just wanted to bring that up just now, okay?
Lena?
Yeah, I agree with Mike. I think I brought it up a couple of times that, we've had the emergency preparedness staff member come in, and I thought maybe that would encompass it. But right here is where my concerns come in, and that is, on the night before or whatever, when we know it's a snowstorm, they're scrambling that next day, and we have to delay it because they're trying to get a hold of somebody that obviously they can't get a hold of, and then, people are driving halfway to work or whatever. So I agree with Mike, that one person that can make that call, right or wrong, they can make that call and get that information out before we get those people on the road. Because, again, they're sometimes hard to figure out, or they say, well, if they can make it in, let them come in. The call has to be made for the safety of, the people that are going to appointments and the people that are gonna service the people. So, I wanted to say that. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Lena. Dan?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarification when Michael just made a comment, Director McCurchie, of enterprise and casino. There is an emergency policy already in the enterprise team member manual that was approved. So I just wanted to ensure that we're not conflating policies, and if we are, I'm not part of that group. There already is a process in that policy manual and a policy that is approved for emergency conditions. Would be happy to revisit that. I just want to make sure my understanding is correct. This is for government and health, not enterprise and casino, or just enterprise is my specific comment.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Appreciate it. Anyone else? Kim?
Not sure, this might be a little off, but let's say they okay everyone to go to work here on the mainland. Last year, I was stuck on the island for 11 days because of the ice. And I know a lot of people from the island work at the tribe. And they told them the offices are open, you have to try to get here. Well, then the thing was, you sit at the ferry for 3-4 hours, you get across, and you may be stuck in town for 2 days. So I don't know, like you're saying, the Zoom options, I don't know how that would affect the people on Sugar Island because of the ice.
Are you saying like remote work? Is that what you're referring to?
If they could.
Yeah, that would be something that they would have already had.
Discussed with their supervisor?
Yeah, most remote, anybody who works remote is usually pre-planned, and they know that they're able to work remote, and they usually, especially if people know there's snowstorms, there's people who bring their laptop home knowing that even if we have a closure, they still end up working, and they're choosing to.
Okay.
Bridget?
So Kim reminded me of a good point, during the winter, when we have people from St. Ignace that the area is bad there, but they drive to the Sault to work, and vice versa, where some people work in a different location. So is there anything saying that those employees that have to travel to those sites that may be closed down, but they're not necessarily their work station, if there's something set up for them as well?
So you're saying the opposite, like they live in St. Ignace, so the weather's bad in St. Ignace, they work in the Sioux and we're open because it's not bad here?
Correct.
I'm gonna say no, nothing specifically for that. This would only be the opposite, like only the work site.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's something we need to add, or if,
I think I'd like to see something discussed about it in the future, because I know that that did come up with some people about that, because in there, it's not safe maybe for them to travel, even though their work site is open, but, and maybe that's on a supervisor basis, I don't know.
I think it could be covered under other circumstances that pose a serious threat to health or safety. Because while it might be fine in the Sioux, if the weather's really bad and like around Moran, because that's where I rolled my vehicle, then that would apply, a serious threat to health or safety. We're probably gonna need a procedural thing to follow up from this so that managers, don't make the wrong decision. The other thing about like the ice, that even though the weather might get a little bit better, but if the ice is stopping them from being able to get to work, that could also fall under 4, which is other circumstances that pose a serious threat to health or safety. I don't know if anybody's gonna put their muckalucks on and try to walk across. That would be a serious threat to their health or safety. But I think that number 4 could be all-inclusive, but you're gonna need a procedural manual that spells that out additionally. So, because we don't want managers to interpret it, that's putting people at risk.
the second paragraph of the purpose, it does say, team members are expected to make every reasonable effort to maintain their work schedules. For example, when snow and ice reduce travel speed during winter months, team members are expected to plan ahead and allow additional travel time. If we, I guess from my point of view, if we look at it the opposite direction, then anybody could potentially say, the roads are bad, I fall under number 4, can I get my day paid for? So
then
we
maybe
might
need-
have,
So then maybe we need something more specific, because when either Drummond, I don't know if we have that issue there, but Sugar Island, they can't get here. There's no physical way you could get here. There's places where you could probably drive across on a snowmobile, but that would be a threat, I would say, a threat to my health, because I'm not coming across on a snowmobile. So we just want to make sure that managers don't say, well, no, that's not included. It should have been in the policy, it's not included, because that affects a lot of our people. For me, I don't know if we need to, I think it could fall under this, as long as the procedures flow from the policy that clarify, because then managers don't only look at the policy, they also look at the procedural manual.
so just to clarify though, are you guys saying that you want them to be paid because they can't come to work, or just that it's like an excused, that they're not there?
I think just like the inclement weather policy, if they can't get to work and it's no fault of their own because the ferry's not running, that should be included.
Okay.
So.
Anyone else? Okay, let's move on to the next resolution then. Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you.
The next resolution is from the Health Division. It's titled Rural Health Transformation Program, and I believe Annie is going to be covering it.
Sorry. I thought it was Laura.
Which of you are covering this? Annie, okay. All right, right on. Let's get started.
Hello, I'm Annie Thiebert. I'm the project manager at the Health Division. The Rural Health Transformation Program is a carve-out from the federal government to the state of Michigan, and the state of Michigan negotiated for, I believe it's 5% of the funds to go to the tribes. And so that's where we're at. We're in the process of, they're finalizing the contract. I worked with Ryan and Josh to make sure that we didn't have to do a waiver. Right now, MDHS told us that they're not releasing the funds until CMS approves it when all of the tribes. So the reason I'm bringing this forward today is to be ahead of the game and get it going. So when we do get that contract, we can just move on spending out the funds.
Thanks, Annie. Any questions, comments from the board? All right, awesome job. Next up would be Health Division approving contractors for automated comfort control project, Gladstone.
Yes, again, this is Annie. I'm with the Health Division Project Manager. This next resolution is to approve a contract for a BMAR-funded project at the Gladstone Health Center. This is one of 2 portions of the air conditioning and HVAC system.
Thank you. Any questions or comments here? Going once? Going twice? All right, next resolution will be Sioux Tribe Health Division Stand Strong Youth Initiative.
Yeah, that's me.
Hi, Laura Fisher, Behavioral Health Manager. This is to accept the Primary Substance Use Prevention Service 2026 grant for the behavioral health programs, Sioux Tribe Stand Strong Youth Initiative. And it's aimed at our youth 12 to 17 years old for prevention services.
Okay, any questions, comments here? Lana?
Yeah, Laura, it's nice to see you guys. How is this gonna be integrated in the tribal youth program?
So this project is working right alongside the YEA program. And so we have a prevention specialist on our staff, and we are going to be expanding services throughout the YEA program. So we're working in coordination and collaboration. So we've already had a few meetings. And the point is that YEA already has access to many of the school systems. And so it's to really enhance the services that we provide, the evidence-based prevention services that we already have in the school system, positive action curriculum, American Indian Life Skills curriculum, into the school systems with the YEA program, and then cross-train staff. So it's training staff in the YEA with a lot of prevention, so youth mental health first aid, teen mental health first aid, a lot of trainings to get them really amped up in the prevention side of services to enhance what they're already doing.
So the YEA staff will have all that training
Yeah.
through this program?
Yes, that's
Oh,
what this is
perfect.
for.
Yep, okay, all right.
There's like 22 staff within the YEA that potentially will be cross-trained throughout these, and also trained in Gathering of Native Americans facilitator training, so that we can provide a lot of those things in-house here with our students.
Oh, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else? Okay, then the next resolution is titled Authorization to Negotiate / Accept Accept Donation Donaldson Trust Property. So I put this on the agenda. So the Sioux Tribe remains committed to increasing our land base. We're working with an organization right now named the Global Land Restoration Fund. And their mission is essentially to help tribes and indigenous communities around the world to acquire more land. And they've identified a landowner that resides in the Curtis area that's willing to donate several hundred acres to us right on Manistee Lake. The property also includes some rustic cabins as well, and this would be a straight-up donation. They wouldn't be requiring us to pay anything. Any questions, comments? Go ahead.
Let's see. So there's nothing with this other than the resolution. So will obviously, once we accept it, we'll be paying taxes on it at the get until we get our it into trust, correct?
Yes.
Do you know how much that is?
Not off the top of my head.
And how many acres is it? Let me see.
Between
80,
200 and 300.
40. And I thought we were in, this is a very good thing, but I thought we were, what do you think the chances of getting this into trust is, and what do we plan to do with it?
100%. I've talked to Danny about potentially having a camp there. Maybe we could have a natural resources camp eventually. We have a law enforcement camp, and I think that's really useful because it gets kids used to police, it promotes community policing, but a natural resource camp would inspire kids to get into biology, get into the sciences, become good stewards for the environment. But on top of that, I'm supportive of our tribal members using all of our property. So we passed a resolution a couple years ago to allow hunting. This would be another parcel where our tribal members could hunt, fish, gather, practice their culture.
Okay, and then, yeah, and I completely agree with that. That's a good plan to have. We have other property at this point too that we could also do that with. So when we collaborate to do that with this property, we should also encompass all the other properties that we have with that big plan and that big picture. So I just wanted to put that out there. Hopefully when we do that, we see that, because it is a very good thing.
Aaron?
Just add that if this is a rural area, that the taxes are probably minimal for now. But we had a conversation earlier today, and we were trying to pinpoint who's managing the portfolio, the land portfolio and all of that. And it used to be under Candace and legal, but some of that real estate stuff is now actually over with Dan's shop. So I think we just need to regroup about where we're at with all that and where our land and trust requests are. You met yesterday with Billy Kirkland, the Assistant Secretary. So while land and trust requests in urban areas or city areas, we don't have any urban areas in the UP, but city areas might be slowed. Land and trusts for large tracts of land that are not, might not be slowed, so. And whatever the policies are at the federal level, we have to proceed in trying to, land reclamation and land back. So where we can get land back, we should try to get it back, especially if it's not going to have a big tax burden in the interim, which if it's a rural community, it probably won't, but if it were
Probably a
in the
couple
city,
$1,000
it
a
probably
year, I'm
might.
thinking.
So, yeah.
Okay,
Thanks.
cool.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. There's not, because you gotta there's like millage percentages in that area, which isn't a lot. I know the area pretty well, Manistee Lake. It's probably some of the best ice fishing too around, which I think would be great to access that. I don't know what structure's on there. Sounds like there's some cabins, Austin said, but I think it'd be definitely good to get some kids together to teach them, constructability, helping fix the cabins up, and that many acres. I'm sure there's some good hunting there as well, but I think we have to look into taxes, but it's a really good donation.
Just a
It's
couple
200
thousand
acres.
bucks,
I mean,
yeah.
it's not very often that someone does that for us, and I think it's a really good thing in a really nice area. So.
No, I completely agree. I always talk about, we're one of the more land poor tribes in the country when you divide the amount of land that we have based on our membership. So we're going to be bringing more resolutions forward. We're going to be aggressive about this. If people are willing to donate their property to it, we'll take it and we'll be extremely grateful in the process. Lana?
Yeah, and I'm not trying to burst any bubble. I think it's a fantastic thing. I just know that we have, just in Unit 2 alone, we have, hundreds of acres of property that they're sitting idle. And when we have this forecast, when we get this land donated and we get this, I will take any donation and be supportive of that. But when we have this big picture of what we're gonna do with the land, make sure the land we already have, we're putting in that plan too.
Yep,
Okay.
and this is Unit 2 as well, this property does. Kim?
I think we should also put some kind of signage, speaking of signs with the other group here, that this is donated by whatever family did it, because we have that one on the island there, the Fectos donated, that 20 acres.
Not yet. We passed the resolution and they're gonna have the closing next summer when they're back in town. But, if they're willing to donate it, let's invite them here. Let's tell them how grateful we are, how meaningful it is to us.
Yep, we should do that for everything or all the land that's donated.
Yeah, I agree completely. Any other questions, comments? All right, so we'll move on then. And the next resolution is amending Resolution 2012-245. And Directors McCurchie and Gravel put this on, so if you guys want to get us started.
Yeah, after I was at the powwow this summer, I stood and watched them doing the tattoos, and then after I was driving home, I remembered we had passed a resolution about tattoos. So this is an amendment, or is this an amendment, Ryan?
To essentially allow it.
Yeah, to allow it, and it says anyone that is licensed in Michigan, and I don't think the lady that was doing it was from Michigan. She was licensed? Okay, so we're good with that. Okay, so then I think Cody would have to check if he's allowing them to come to the powwows and make sure we're following this.
Yeah, if you look at historical accounts, tattoos were part of our culture. You can read diaries from, early settlers that were in the area. You can look at the descriptions that are in text. Our people were covered in tattoos, so this would be cultural. If it runs into an issue where maybe a tattoo artist from a different state and is licensed in that state wants to come here, maybe you address it at that time, but I'm supportive of this. Go ahead. Yep.
It was a big hit actually at the powwow, but notwithstanding that, we also are adding it to allow our EDC to do it as well. So we have shops now down on Portage, as well as other properties throughout that he may lease to somebody that may want to do a tattoo. And so long as they're licensed, this will allow that to partake on our lands, so.
We should also have this discussion in a gaming authority meeting, because this has convention space at this property, and there's tattoo conventions all the time. I remember when I was a kid, my stepdad drugged me to one, and I think it was Bay City, and it was really cool. The guys from American Chopper were there, and it was, yeah, that's how I got started, yeah. It was neat though, but we should have that discussion for this space as well.
Agreed.
Did I see someone on the, Kim?
Are there any risks to this? Because not only does the provider have to be licensed? When you go into a facility, they also have to be licensed. So I just want to make sure there's no risk to this. If there is, it should probably be licensed and insured.
I would say they obviously have to use new needles between each person. They have to sanitize the skin area. They have to, sanitize the area that they're going to be working in. But with that said, I mean, we're sovereign. We can look at their operation as well rather than just relying on a state license. But I see what you're coming from.
And I've said in the past, I have had a license for it, and it almost has to be medical grade. So out on the powwow grounds, I envision there's probably some risk to that. So that's all.
Has anyone talked to Greg Solomon about this? So Greg isn't a member of our tribe, but he really is a part of our tribal community. He creates the powwow flyers. He's got his shop downtown. Has anyone had a talk with him about this to see if he has any concerns?
I haven't, but as I'm being on the powwow committee, I was aware that I think the next time she comes to our powwow, they had planned on doing a artist week at his parlor. So he's aware of it.
She's going to be like a guest artist in the studio.
She's going to be a guest artist that will lead up to the powwow too. So I think he's very well aware of it. That was my understanding.
Okay, Ashley, and then who had their hand up over here? Ashley, then Aaron.
So would this fall under like our safety? They'd still be coming in, they would be checking that, because we also work with Intertribal Council, and I know they come and help assist with doing inspections too, so would it fall under?
Dale might be good,
Just to make
yeah.
sure it's safe, and we've checked all of our areas and know that we're not doing anything wrong and that.
And I mean, we can also have a conversation with the vendor, and when I say we, I mean the powwow committee, just to find out what their setup is, to make sure it's sanitary, make sure they're following best practices. So, Aaron.
So I would add, and so I'm a little worried, but I think it is popular. It's, we're trying to preserve what we put in place on our existing policy for residential. But I think that we probably should think about this, because if we haven't, I'm thinking about it now, but now it's transcending tattoo, is when we have vendors come onto the reservation, I don't know that we enter any kind of an agreement that waives liability for the tribe, and we probably should. Although we have a blanket tribal sovereign immunity, I think, we kind of just depend that people that come on are licensed with the county, I think, or they're licensed somewhere. But we do have people that come from other locations, but we probably should have a general waiver requirement for any vendors that come on for the powwow, that they have to sign that they accept all liability and hold harmless the tribe. They won't try to, file a lawsuit, because there is case law. If you follow the NARF Supreme Court project, there is case law where people are attempting to pierce our sovereignty, and vendors coming onto the reservation have assumed, that we assume liability because we gave them permission to come on the res. So I just think that this is fine as it is, but I think we should have a waiver that all vendors that come to the powwow have to sign, waiving the tribe of any liability, so.
Mike?
I guess I would defer that to having a powwow, having a discussion about it. Because I don't want to just say that we do go down that road, because I don't want to get overly restrictive on the powwows either, that, hey, every single vendor, every food vendor, I don't want to corporalize our powwow so much that, but I do understand the concern with tattoos, so the liability and all that. So I think there's a discussion to be had there, but I also I get a little leery when we say all vendors. And so if we're having all vendors sign something, I just caution that, because most times when you go to a powwow, you don't have to sign off waivers. So just caution.
Yeah, and just one, go ahead, Sue.
I have a quick question. I'm assuming that the vendor checks IDs so that we're not tattooing children under 18?
I assume so, yeah. Yeah, and it's important to note, this service isn't a tattoo gun. So this is like a traditional stick and poke tattoo where someone's dipping a needle in ink, you know what I mean? Similar to what they would do with a bone needle that would be created. So this isn't something that you're gonna see at a tattoo studio. Also, the art that they gave, it was just art for the clan that I believe the tribal members belong to. So, they weren't doing anything other than that. No. No.
That's for the little ones. That's the gateway.
Talking about henna tattoos? No, these are regular ink ones. So, any final questions, comments? So yeah, I'm supportive of it, and I think we also need to remember, this isn't the same as approving people to have like kitchen tattoo studios on the res. This isn't that. This is for traveling vendors that are licensed and approved. So, all right, let's move on from that, and we are on authorizing the creation of the Legislative Attorney Office. Bridget, if you want to get started.
We had talked about allowing each branch of government to have their own representation. I had brought up for the legislative branch, and Rob had suggested the judicial as well. So we figured that at this time, while we're reviewing it, if we had our own representation, that would be best interest for all branches.
Mike?
I guess, first of all, I wasn't sure if we're ready to move forward with getting the legislative. I think this is going to be needed. I'm not sure if we're there yet. But secondly, judicial doesn't get a staff attorney. That's not how the three branch works. You're gonna have the executive and the legislative branches. They're gonna hash it out, but they're gonna hash it out in court. So they don't get their own lawyer.
It's not for once it's done, it's to get us to that point with the 18 months.
Yeah, but okay, even under that understanding, I would say that the court doesn't get to decide. That power lies still in the legislative, and us giving them that power, even in the three branches, the legislative branch is still going to be the one who creates the laws. And the executive branch is going to have to execute those laws, and the judicial's there just to interpret the laws. So I don't know if you want judicial having a say in that. I mean, they're going to design it. I don't see the use of that, the utility of having judicial involved. So I think they are judicially, they're going to be the ones interpreting the laws, but at the end of the day, we're going to be the ones making the laws. So I can't support it for that. If we're going to, I might motion to amend it, to strike it, but I also don't know if we're there yet to have the legislative attorney office. So I look forward to the other conversation.
If I can add something, if you guys don't mind, so would this authorize the tribe to post a position or post it and hire?
So this authorizes the tribe to create those two positions, and then we have to bring back to the board within 30 days, if this passed, to go to workshop with you guys what the pay grid is, what the job duties, et cetera. So we can't,
two positions.
this wouldn't authorize hiring yet.
So one would be an attorney for the judicial branch? Am I hearing that correct?
That's my understanding. A judicial staff attorney is how
So,
I understood it.
I'll just say this, judicial branches don't have staff attorneys, and I don't have a problem with creating these positions, posting them, because when this transition goes through, and I think we're all expecting it to go through, you guys should have some qualified applicants on file. But if we're gonna create this precedent, would you guys also approve if I came forward and said, hey, this constitutional amendment authorizes me to hire a certain amount of positions, are you guys willing to pass that? And the judicial branch doesn't necessarily need a lawyer. I don't know what they would do over there, but they would probably need court clerks, possibly paralegals. So following this precedent, if this passes, would you guys be willing to approve those as well? Because, if this body only approves positions for the branch that will become, it becomes a little bit self-serving. So Rob, Lana, Aaron, did I miss anybody? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, I 100% agree with Bridget's resolution here in the sense that legislative needs an attorney. I don't think it needs to wait. I think we're actually late on it. I think we should have done it a long time ago. But with that said, Mike and I had a really good conversation about it where I put more thought into it. And he's right that legislative attorney would probably be moot cause, mostly because the judiciary has qualified attorneys over there. I also saw a comment from one of our former judges that made a lot of sense too on this. And so their authority is already protected within the Constitution, and I think working through code would be mostly through the legislative and the executive branch. with the court being the deciding factor, I think they already have all the qualified people over there. My original intent in this was because as we develop these codes, we are still in a Unitarian government, which they are technically subordinate to us, the board. And what I wanted was an independent attorney for the court that could be contracted specifically to handle those negotiations and not have us oversee them, other than approving the contract that does so. But after discussions with Director McCurchie, I realized that the court's constitutional authority is already protected and they will be the deciding factor on these codes. It's also my position, I'm probably in the very much minority on this, that the Constitution will develop a check and balance of governing. And we're currently in a Unitarian government. So I really think the code development should change till after the amendment, and we have 18 months afterwards. I would rather see the codes developed within a separated government rather than from a Unitarian government. If we're in a Unitarian government, why are we contemplating the codes that will take place in a completely different government? So I don't see that to go anywhere. So with all that said, I support Bridget's resolution, and I also support Mike's suggestion to strike it. If he amends it that way, I will second that motion.
Lana, then Aaron.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, I agree with the legislative attorney creating that position. The judicial, I don't have any opposition on striking that out of there. But I know that when we first started discussing moving forward with the 3-branch, I recall being told that the general counsel would stay with the legislative. When we move farther down the line and after more discussions, it was stated that the existing general counsel will go with the executive branch. So we had that discussion about what the legislative would do. And this would prepare for what's going to happen. So that the executive will have the existing general counsel. It seems like that's the plan. And then judicial would also have their legal representation. And this, I mean, we're not gonna hire tomorrow. We don't hire anybody the very next day or even the very next month or even probably 2 or 3 months. But this would create the position, we would be ready. So when because that separation is gonna happen in 4 months. We will separate, we have 18 months to get the codes all in place, but the legislative body is gonna still need some legal advice, and we're not gonna get that from the existing general counsel. If we are, tell us now, are we?
So a couple things.
No, I want to.
I know, but first off, Ryan, did you ever tell the board of directors that general counsel would remain under the legislative branch?
That was never my advisement. We did have discussions on whether there would be some shuffling of in-house attorneys to the different branches. My advice was always, every time a tribe separates, the general counsel and his or her office goes with the executive branch. And I said, we don't have to do it that way because we're sovereign, but that's like the general best practice of doing it.
Okay, so
as
I'll stand corrected on that. So, but the intent is the general counsel's going with the executive.
That is the intent of my the implementation plan that I presented a few workshops ago. Yes,
Okay,
that is the intent.
so moving forward then, that's why this isn't, I'll stand corrected, and the other ones I conferred with on the board, and I won't call out names. I'm not the only one that thought we heard that. Maybe I dreamt it. But, so with that being said, we need to be prepared when that separation does happen. So I can strike the judicial attorney out of here and agree with that, but we need to be ready too when it's already gonna be, like I said, a heavy lift for us moving forward. The better prepared we are, the better. I don't yeah. So I think that's something I'm definitely gonna support, and I'll leave it at that.
Are you guys fine with waiting to hire the position until the separation goes through? In my mind, it doesn't make sense to hire someone and this doesn't go through and you just have to fire somebody. And this is a big position that you're probably gonna be budgeting $250,000 plus
So
fringe.
Then that question was asked, I'll answer. So when that separation does happen, we can just pull the trigger. We have people on file, whether they're gonna, I mean, that's a hard ask for attorneys to say, okay, yeah, if it changes, we'll come there.
I don't think that's the case at all. I think that if you're gonna do this, you create the position, you figure out what the budget is, you collect applications, but a lot of times we collect applications before a budget is even passed, and Jess can verify that. So it would be the similar situation. You know, we're gonna be collecting applications, we're gonna be conducting interviews, and if the thing goes through, pull the trigger, because what's the alternative? You hired someone to be a legislative attorney that doesn't report to your legal office.
I didn't expect that we'd hire the person. I want to be prepared is my comment, that we want to be prepared and we want to be able to pull the trigger. So any way that we can make that possible, so it's a smooth transition, once the separation does happen, the court has theirs, we have ours, you have yours, and we can all collaborate and without hiccup. So, yeah.
Hold on one second. I have, Mike, you had your hand up, right?
No, I was, you.
Hold
actually, I
on,
made the
guys,
li-
chill out. Hey, you're
I
all
made
gonna,
the list. You said Rob, Lana, Aaron.
you guys, we don't need to fight about this. This is silly, you guys. You guys are all gonna get a chance to talk. If you wanna talk first, you can. Mike, you all right with that?
Yeah, I just went by
Okay,
the order that you
Aaron,
said,
Mike,
Mr. Chair.
then Ryan.
So I can get on board with what Lana's saying. But the thing, all right, so here's the thing, and I know it's probably not intentional, but I kind of would have, I never heard that, but I would have thought that Ryan would want to go to the legislative branch based on how he's represented legal opinions in the past. And having said that, again, that's not any umbrage to Ryan, because what we've cultivated on our board of directors and our relationship with our legal counsel in the past has been to give us a perspective. We have not really ever asked, give us all perspectives. I think that Ryan and his legal team currently can present us all perspectives leading up to the separation. He's an attorney, they're all attorneys, they all have ethics codes and requirements that they have to follow, and that means bringing to the table all perspectives. So if we felt like our legal team couldn't do that, that they're gonna come to the table to stack the deck in favor of the executive branch over the legislative branch, then I could understand trying to hire a separate attorney, because you can't trust that who you have on board now is gonna do that. So I do think the time will come when we're gonna need a separate attorney for the legislative branch. And I don't think it's only one person, because that's really putting a lot on one staff position. They're gonna need a clerk. But, so having said that, I think that, I also am trying to think through how would we do this? Like, if we authorize this, so this is different than I think what you're saying, Lana. If we authorize this, we're posting to hire an attorney. It'll have to come back for a budget mod, but that's clear in the intent that we're gonna hire an attorney before the separation happens. So, but that's the way it's written. So that's what's gonna happen. And so, so then the question is, are we, I'll wait.
So Ryan, could you, if you guys don't mind, can you provide some clarification with what this does? Because it seems like we're going not a lot off the rails, but just slightly. If you guys don't object, Ryan, can you offer an explanation how this would work?
So the way, excuse me, the way I understand the intent of this resolution, it would be to hire a legislative attorney sooner than later. That was, I'm paraphrasing slightly what Bridget brought up in that workshop, but sooner than later. So we drafted this per the request from the board member with that in mind. So if this is enacted, within 30 days, you will have in front of you a proposed job description and a proposed wage grid placement, which would allow you to post whenever you gave the green light to post it and hire it. But I believe the intent was to do it before the separation per our last workshop discussion. So that's how this is worded.
Reclaiming
To
the
hire?
floor.
Is that what it is?
To hire it.
Okay.
So
All right,
reclaiming
go ahead,
the
Aaron.
floor, that's exactly what I said. And so, so given that understanding, then the question is, who are you gonna get worth their salt that's gonna apply for a position for like September, October, November, to get fired potentially in December if we don't, either we don't proceed or we don't separate the powers. If we don't separate the powers and we're voting on a three branch or not, that's a dichotomous outcome, then you don't have a legislative branch, you don't have a legislative attorney, you fire the legislative attorney. So what qualified Native American with, hopefully a tribal member with experience in tribal law is gonna come work for us as a paid staff member for 3 months? Now, having said that, then I was thinking, well, then we must be talking about hiring a consultant. So I talked to a couple board members about that. Well, how does that play out? And every board member I've talked to about that has said, no way in heck are we gonna hire another consultant. So I'm comfortable, and we don't see eye to eye all the time, with our current general counsel, but I'm comfortable with our legal team as it currently is constituted to be given the directive to bring us both sides of an issue. And every time they bring something to the table as we're debating it, that they, what would be the perspective for a legislative position? What would be the perspective for an executive position? That is what attorneys do. They typically present all sides of an issue so that the deciders can make the decision based on that. And I'm comfortable with that, even knowing that I don't agree all the time with what our current general counsel or his legal team presents. So I think it's premature. I don't think we should enact this tonight. I think we should give it some more thought, and I think we can achieve what we need for the legislative branch to get what they need and in legal advisement with our existing counsel. And if you didn't think that, then why do you currently have your current legislative counsel? Because that's what they are. They currently report to the board of directors. Right now, they already do that. So.
Mike, then Lana, and I don't know if Rob has a question or if he forgot to put his hand down, but you're on the list, Rob, if you do. So go ahead, Mike.
All right, I initially brought up a concern, and that may have been what sparked this, but I did have concern initially with the possibility of conflicts, but since then, we've had discussions, and part of one of the things that legal has provided was that there was going to be a transition reso that highlighted all this stuff, including legal, and that we had several months to be able to transition, and that they would be working in the capacity of both. So I'm okay with them working in the capacity of both. I think this is premature. I do think that we should be thinking about it, but I do think this is just too early. Is it going to go down this road? Very, very possible, but we're not there yet. So I think with that and we haven't passed a transition reso either. I think that will help squash a lot of the concerns, and we should be putting that up as one of the priorities to identify that. Hey, this is a concern, but we're ready for it. This is our plan, and we're going to move forward on that. So I'd rather go that route than this route right now. So I'll yield.
Lana, then Rob.
Okay, so my mind's changed a little bit on a couple of comments that are made. I guess I don't have any problem. I disagree that this would be to hire immediately. That would be premature at this juncture. It says created and presented to the board within 30 days of enactment, so that we would be prepared, because it was stated, I'll stand corrected, that maybe it wasn't, well, I won't stand corrected. I thought I heard that. We do need to be prepared, because it's not always going to be, if we were told that the general counsel would go over to the executive branch. So I think the intent is, this is why we brought this here, because we don't want to flounder in the case that the branches are all separate. If we can, in a perfect world, like Aaron and Mike stated, that we get the all advise both legislative and executive from the existing general counsel until we get it. But if we pass this without the intent to hire, just to have it created and presented and be prepared to pull the trigger December 26th, we can do that. So if we can word it some way, that way would be fine with me.
We'd have to motion to amend it, and I'd be completely supportive of that. You say motion to amend to delay the hiring of this position unless the separation
It
passes.
doesn't say anywhere in this body of the resolution to hire the position. Nowhere in there. Nowhere in this resolution does it say hire within 30 days. It says these new positions, but yet we're gonna take out the judiciary, shall be created and presented to the board within 30 days of enactment of the resolution to final approval of the board. I guess a point of clarification, Director Sorensen, is it to hire immediately or create and present to the board? It's your resolution, what's your intent?
My intention was actually a consultant.
Oh.
Because like I said, I don't know if the voters are gonna decide on a 3-branch. So I hate also to waste time, but when we're going through codes, we should have the best interest of the legislative branch as well. So I'm gonna stand by it. Rob wanted the judicial, I'm fine with taking that out, but I'm gonna stand by hiring someone right away. As a consultant, because I don't want to see someone coming in here as a position that might never happen. But I think we need to protect our interest.
All right, I'm gonna yield.
If I may, though, I mean, we watered down all the checks and balances that the other two branches had on the legislature, and I can give examples, like, the interest of this body has been preserved. You know, and if we do pass something like this, it creates the precedent of, you know, the judge over on the legal side bringing forward resolutions to higher positions, me bringing forward resolutions to higher positions. If you're gonna do it, just collect applications, conduct interviews. If this thing passes, you guys have, you know, gone through that process, and we all know it takes a couple months minimally, and then you guys can pull the trigger and hire someone. But I have faith in Ryan. We don't need a consultant to build this. I mean, we painstakingly went through this last summer, and we went through it line item by line item by line item. It's all televised on YouTube. We were as thorough as possible, and I'm comfortable where we're at. Rob?
So I am not comfortable with waiting. We know our general counsel is a Sioux Tribe member. I trust that he's got the best interest of the tribe at heart, but at the end of the day, he's going to the executive. And I do believe that the interest of the legislator needs protected. What we went through painstakingly was the Constitution, which we still have to work through the codes. And I think that another perspective that has the legislative best interest at heart is necessary. I think it's way too late. I think we should have done it a long time ago. So I'm definitely in favor of doing it tonight and hiring ASAP. I would prefer a little bit different than Director Sorensen. I would prefer to hire an attorney who understands that it's temporary and contingent on a long-term contract is contingent on whether or not the amendment passes. With that said, I'm also okay with a consultant. I just think that the legislative branch is going to need an attorney, and I've already expressed my opposition to us developing the code prior to the amendment taking place. We have 18 months to implement and develop those codes. I think we should do it under the government that the membership votes on, not under the government that they have been fiercely contesting for 20 years, which is the current government. So if everyone's okay with holding off on developing the codes, then I will hold off on hiring the lawyer. If the intent is to develop the codes prior to the constitutional amendment, then I'm definitely not backing down on hiring the lawyer. I want it now, actually a month ago.
Okay, so I don't see anyone else on the list. Again, I think we're totally putting the cart before the horse. We're talking about creating a position that would pay between $200,000, $250,000 a year plus fringe. You know, I can compromise and let you guys create the position. I have no issue with that. You guys can collect applications, do interviews. That way you guys know who you're comfortable with if this goes through. But it doesn't make much sense to me to hire a lawyer that's not gonna work for the legal department to protect your interests when that guy right there already works for you. And I can give you examples how your interests have been protected. You know, we watered down the threshold that it will take to overturn an Ogama veto. We took out the provision where the legislative branch doesn't get paid if they don't pass a balanced budget. Like, you guys have been protected. Like, no one's stacking the deck against anyone in this situation here. And if you guys want to go down that road, we can, but just collect applications, do interviews, because again, if the separation doesn't go through, why are we hiring an attorney for it? So that's my position. Let's move on.
No,
Can we move on?
no.
Okay, well, I spoke last. If you want to contest it, we can, but we only have 15 minutes to finish this entire thing, and I think we've all had several turns to talk.
Well, first
So if
of
you
all, I
want to
was
speak,
gonna
you
tell
can.
you, legal had his hand up back there.
Ryan, would you like to speak? Okay.
And, well, I'm gonna say, you know, you keep saying that our interests have been protected through this and we watered down things. To demonstrate that those are our intents with what we wanna do here is not fair. I want to be ready for when we have this separation. I want our interests, because like Rob said, when our general counsel goes over to the executive branch, and I trust that Ryan can give us that information too, or give us both sides or whatever at the start of it, but in the long run, when those three branches separate, we're not gonna just be a big happy family. We're gonna have to figure that, it'd be nice if we were. We're gonna have to figure this out, so, I'm fine with not hiring immediately, but I want to be prepared. Any way possible, I want to be prepared, so,
So if you guys are supportive of this and you guys want to wait to hire, simply all you got to do is motion to amend to delay the hiring of this position until this thing passes. And I, again, completely supportive. I think that puts you guys in a really good position to be prepared. But
Awesome.
it doesn't make sense to hire jobs when this thing hasn't officially passed yet. You know, you're not going to see me bring forward resolutions to hire people yet. So let's move on, guys, if you guys are cool with that.
Can I just say, I'm sorry.
Yep.
I don't want to belabor the point, and there's a lot I could say, and I won't say everything. There's just one thing I will say. If you read my memo, and I know a lot of you have, the timeline for implementation starts when the Constitution gets adopted. There isn't a timeline that starts before that, to Rob, to your point. So the timeline that I am proposing, if you adopt it by resolution, that'll be the law of the land. We'll have to adhere to that, whether I'm with the legislative branch, whether I'm with the executive branch. If you codify that now as the timeline, whatever attorneys you have working for you will have to follow that timeline unless you rescind the timeline. And it starts as soon as we get the approval letter from the Secretary of the Interior. So there isn't anything starting. We might start drafting proposals, but we're not adopting anything until that timeline kicks in, and it kicks in day one of your new constitution. I want to make sure everyone's on the same page of that, because it sounds like we're not. Day one of the new constitution starts the proposed timeline if you adopt it. Not today, not tomorrow, not a month ago. Day one of the new constitution. It's in my memo that I passed out.
And it's also important to remind the board that built in that constitutional amendment is an obligation that it has to be fully implemented in 18 months. So this doesn't have to be done like that. We have a year and a half to go through the codes, you know, make all the changes that we need, hire the staff that we need. It's not going to be an overnight thing. It's going to be a long transition. But let's move on from that. Under new business, October 6, 2026 meeting date change, Escanaba. Lana?
There is a 2026 MMIP Summit being held in Traverse City on October 6th and 7th. And I know that I have already registered at least 6 of the board members, so we are proposing, the meeting is being scheduled to be held in Escanaba still. We're proposing to move it from October 6th to October 13th.
Sounds good. Any questions, comments there?
Bridget?
Well, I'll just bring up that NCAI is also the week of the Sault Ste. Marie meeting, so whether we decide to move that meeting or just have one meeting that month or whatnot, I think that needs to be discussed too.
So if I'm not mistaken, aren't we obligated to have 2 meetings per month, or am I mistaken? One? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm a team player, whatever you guys want to do. I usually don't go to NCAI. We have plenty of Sioux Tribe members that do go. But if enough are going, it doesn't make sense to have that at that date. So if you guys want to go back to the drawing board, maybe we table this?
Well, we can do this. We could do this one tonight and then bring for September 1st. What date is NCAI?
Yeah.
It's in October?
The conflict is on the 20th of October.
Okay, so I can bring something back for
And there's
September
also
1st
something
to
right
change
after
that one.
I think the tribal state meeting, I think, is the day after this or something too. so
Yeah, I'm not
There's other
going.
things going on, so.
I would advise no one to go from the Sioux Tribe. What are we going to do? Meet with the lame duck governor, give her a present? She just approved the permits through her agencies, so you guys can count me out. If someone wants to go in my stead, you can. I don't even know if the governor is going to have it, to be honest with you. If a lot of tribal leaders aren't going to attend, she will save face and not attend herself. So moving on from that, committee appointments on the Conservation Committee. We have a vacancy. We have one applicant right now for this position?
one applicant for this position, yes.
Yep. Any discussion there?
She attends the conservation meeting.
Yeah, she was an NRD employee. You know, she cares about this. What?
currently is a team member of our existing?
No, she was.
Oh, okay, all right.
She was. Okay. Yeah, and I took her out to shoot her first deer last fall. She's an awesome hunter. So, questions, comments? She probably could. All right, so let's go into recess, you guys, and we'll get back together at 5 o'clock sharp to have the meeting. Everyone, it's 5 o'clock, so if you guys don't mind making your way to your seats, we'll go ahead and get started in just a moment. All right. I apologize for the late start, guys. We had to get set up for invocation. So with that, I'm going to officially call this meeting to order. We'll start with roll call, please.
Bridget Sorensen.
Here.
Aaron Paymont.
Here.
Larry Barbeau.
Here.
Kimberly Lee.
Here.
Michael McCurchy.
Here.
Kimberly Gravel.
Here.
Sue St. Ange.
Here.
Tyler LaPlante. Ashley Gravel.
Here.
Lana Cosley Smith.
Here.
Cole Goodrow.
Here.
Rob McGrory.
Here.
Austin Lowe's.
Here. All right, guys, we have a quorum. Before I officially approve the agenda, I'd like to publicly acknowledge and thank Ashley Gravel. The last couple weeks, I've had such conflicts in my schedule. I've attended meetings with the Assistant Secretary of Interior, gubernatorial candidate, the Bay Mills Line 5 meeting, and then the ACF Assistant Secretary. So Ashley, I just want to thank you for stepping up. You know, you've only been on the board a handful of months, but it's very nice to have a good, solid team behind at home. So, miigwech, thank you.
Thanks to everybody here that helped out because you guys made it easy on me. So thank you, everyone.
Yeah, we appreciate you. All right, with that, we will approve the agenda. And on today's agenda, we have the following items. We have invocation, membership participation, the minutes from 8/4 of 26, and we have the following resolutions. FY27 Budget Document 002, Schedule B, No Health. Continuing Funding Governmental, FY27 Schedule B Budgets. Continuing Funding Health, FY27 Schedule B Budgets. Broadband Reconnect 4, Establishment of FY26 Budget. Sanitation BE-26-N93, Establishment of FY27 Budget. NRD EPA Indoor Air Quality, Establishment of FY27 Budget. NRD White Noise Syndrome, Establishment of FY27 Budget. Elder Services Meals Additions, Establishment of FY27 Budgets. Marquette Community Center, FY26 and FY27 Budget Modifications. Lodge of Hope, FY26 Budget Modification and Establishment of FY26 Budget. Emergency Conditions Policy Amendment. Rural Health Transformation Program. Approved Contract, ACC Gladstone Project. Health Division Stand Strong Youth Initiative. Negotiate/accept donation Donaldson Trust property. Amending Resolution 2012-245. Creation of Legislative Attorney Office. And under new business, we have 10/6/26 meeting change in Escanaba. We have committee appointments and we have board concerns. With that, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the agenda.
Motion.
Motion by Larry. Support by Kim. Any questions, comments on the proposed agenda? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries and the agenda is adopted, which brings us to our first item, which is invocation with the ladies in the back.
Bonjour, everybody. Wabash Keshi Kwe Indijnakas, Makwa Dodam, Bauting and Donjaba. Miigwech, I'm no Gerard, so I'm just going to be very fast. Bojo, Wabanang Maniduk, Shawanang Maniduk, Giwedanang, Ingabianang Maniduk, Giwedanang Maniduk, Ishbimi Hayat Maniduk. I ask special blessings for everything that is discussed here and that everyone leads with their heart and their best efforts to serve our tribal population. I just welcomed our directions and all the Manidu that preside in those directions, and then I also welcome the ones that listen to our English language and translate everything back to Creator for us. So miigwech, miigwech, miigwech. Jackie's going to go smudge everybody for you.
Yeah. Appreciate it. Thank you. After we get done smudging the table, we'll go ahead and get started, and individuals in the audience can smudge as well at that time. While they're smudging the back of the room, any objection to waiving Tyler LaPlante's absence? He's been on a vacation with his wife. They've been married 20 years. It's their 20th anniversary, so they went big, and anyone that would be married to Tyler for 20 years deserves every bit of that. So any objection, guys? All right, hearing no objection, Tyler LaPlante's absence has been excused. So we're going to give Jackie a little bit more time with the back of the room, and then we'll get started, guys. Ladies. All right, the next item that's up on our agenda is membership participation. So as Sioux Tribe citizens, you have the right to address your tribal government, and we reserve that right for this meeting here and all meetings. But with that, there's a handful of rules that are real basic regarding civility: no yelling, no swearing, no singling out individual board members. If you guys want to be open, we can do open. If you guys want to do closed, we can do closed. As the chairman, I have the discretion to place people in closed when there's matters being discussed that deserve privacy. But with that said, we have 3 tribal citizens here today that would like to address the board. And at this time, I would like to invite Janet up to the podium. And as a reminder, everyone has 5 minutes to address the board. If anyone needs more time than that, we can talk at a later time.
I'm going to ask for a little leeway on this.
How much time you need, Janet?
Probably 10 minutes.
Any objections? You got it. I got the timer going, okay?
I appreciate that. This is going to be the hardest thing I've ever done to come talk to you guys tonight. After months watching the Constitution be rewritten by the board, all the back and forth, all the discussion, I asked for a particular item to be put into the Constitution. And that was a parachute plan. It was a safety net. It didn't make it. And that's the only thing I requested as a tribal member. But after watching you guys for so long, I have come to the conclusion that this tribe is not ready. I don't think that the membership isn't ready. We are not financially sound for this. We are not ready financially. And the impact could be devastating to our tribe, devastating to our people. And the fact of the matter is, I can sit here without fail every meeting and someone's gonna fight with somebody. And that thought alone of attorneys, court, and how much that's gonna cost this tribe's gonna fail. And you're gonna crush us. And I'm asking for responsible leadership to back up your bus, rescind your resolution, give yourself time to get the codes properly set up. Stop putting the cart before the horse. You have an obligation to your people, and that is what we expect. Due diligence. Absolute. Do not mess this up. But the path you're on is a collision course for this tribe to be gone in 5 years. And that's just financially. I've been doing this for decades. Never in my life did I think I would be sitting here saying this to you. But here I am. And you know why I'm doing it? Because no one else will. No one else will. And the fact of the matter is the membership deserves absolute transparency. Absolute. And yet you still can't manage that. Sitting behind closed doors constantly makes people wonder what exactly you're doing. All the time. But the creator of that was this board. You created that. You don't even follow your policy. Your policy. That's heartbreaking. So I am asking you to back up your bus, rescind the resolution, because you are on a time frame now. And if the BIA gets ahead of it, we're done. Absolute done. And it's not that I don't have confidence in people, but I absolutely have the confidence that we'll be in court all the time, fighting all the time. Nothing's going to work. And that is tragic to the 7 generations coming forward. And me as an elder, I have a responsibility to say something to you, and I am saying it, whether people like what I'm saying or not. It is a fact. So let that resonate. Be prepared. Because if you don't do it, and this passes, in 5 years, all these people lose their jobs and there's nothing left. How are you going to feel about that? How are you going to feel about that? What did you leave your grandchildren? Think about it. Sincerely. You owe the membership that much. And that means protecting the membership from the membership also. That's your responsibility. Do the diligence. I expect that out of all of you. And I expect no less. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet. Appreciate it. Next up, Shirley Van Alstyne.
Pretty tough act to follow, but I just wanted to ask a question. And I've sat in front of most of you. There's only see one person I don't know. He's new. I've seen his picture on Facebook, but I'm a tribal elder who worked at the Bureau of Indian Affairs for 30 years. And my primary field was taking land into trust on behalf of the tribes in the Midwest region. I worked primarily on the applications for non-gaming. However, I was involved occasionally on gaming applications also. So I have knowledge in both. And I just seen on the agenda, that's the only reason I asked, was the Donaldson. And I'm just curious as to what the proposed usage is for. And just what, once you take the property into trust, you can always change that usage. Just be careful and be guarded. The fact is, the only time you get into an issue from changing usage is if you go from non-gaming to gaming. Of course, I think a lot of you probably know that from lessons learned. And with the current administration in the federal government, I don't see any tribe in the United States being successful in getting any gaming passed. That's my personal opinion. I've been there for 30 years, I worked on it. And in my 30 years time frame, there was only involved in one application where I had to write a dissent application. And it was for the wealthiest tribe in our Midwest region. So I was forced to do that. We all have somebody higher above us, and this was the regional director, and he was directing me, either you write this the way I tell you to write it, or you're no longer going to be serving the federal government. So I wrote it that way, but prior to sending it out in the mail, I called up the tribal chairman and told him what I was being forced to do. He thanked me. He says, okay, Shirley, I've had a good working relationship with you, and we've got a lot of property into trust since you've got there. And he said, what was his reason? He says, because you're the wealthiest tribe in the Midwest region. Well, what a ridiculous thing. I said, but I'm just telling you. He says, okay, write it, and we'll take care of it on our end. But we appreciate your honesty and straightforward in telling us ahead of time. So I did send it out, never heard nothing. It was about a month and a half later, that regional director, my boss, was forced to move, which was much to my liking. He was forced to move to Albuquerque, New Mexico. I sustained my job. In fact, I got a promotion as a deputy superintendent at the Minnesota agency. So things can happen. And that's only one time, but I told him that I work for the tribes. And he just had a little bit of a disagreement on that, but I said, well, I never wanted to write ever a for any tribe. I don't care if it was just, no, I knew I couldn't say for my tribe. It's for any tribe, no matter what. But just be careful when you do the gaming ones, if that's way in the future, because I'm sure Mr. Trump, I call him Mr. Trump, he's going to be there for 2 more years. The chances of that going through are slim to nothing. That's all I had to say. Good luck.
I appreciate you being here, Shirley.
Yep.
Next up, Tony Mills. You want to come up front?
I'm a little nervous, so. My name is Tony Mills, and I'm an elder with the Unit 2. Back in February, we received an email with the amended Constitution. And on February 19th, I sent an email out asking direct question as to why Section 6A in the 3-branch separation of powers was completely stricken regarding healing in our judicial system. I lost a son to police, and I watched the judicial system cover up the crime of the officer. I watched the federal courts use his body for a plea deal. So when I get a message that says I need to trust that removing that section will have no bearing on the tribal judges, it makes it very hard for me to swallow. I have reached out numerous times, emails, Facebook. I get more response on Facebook than I do anyplace else. Nobody responded from the constitutional email that was provided for us to send questions to. The only response I got back was when I put my name in for the secretarial position, because I figured at this point the only way I'm going to get any of my answers is by being part of the problem. Nothing about this body since I've been home has shown me anything of 7 generations. I have seen water protectors devalued. I have seen misinformation on data centers. And when the members reach out, only one director on the board acknowledged that there was something with that data center, something enough to remove 2 paragraphs from. So again, when you say to trust you, how do you expect us to trust you? It breaks my heart that I have felt more welcome from the Bay Mills community when I crashed the meeting there. and I shouldn't feel unwelcome in my community. I didn't want to come back here, but situation made it impossible for me to be anyplace else. And I thought if I had one good thing to look forward to, it's that I would have a tribal body and a community to come home to and help me heal. And that's been nothing of the sort. Nothing of the sort. And it's shameful. We need to put the people of this tribe first and foremost and put the bickering and arguing aside and quit looking like colonizers. Seriously. Why are we spraying pesticides on our property in front of the clinic, the medical clinic, when immune-compromised people go in and out? Danger signs posted on the grass to keep your pets off. Why are we poisoning our ground? Why did we climb into bed with a tire company for cannabis? Fossil fuel, ring a bell? I mean, where's the common sense? I don't see anything. Please do better.
Thanks for being here, Tony. Does anyone else want to present to the board? Okay, hearing none, then we'll move down to minutes. I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the minutes from 8/4 of 26. Motion by Larry. Support by Sue. Any discussion on these minutes? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries and those minutes are adopted. That brings us to our resolutions. And the first one is titled FY27 Budget Document 002, Schedule B, No Health.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2026 Budget Document 002 totaling $12,310,732, of which $541,121 comes from tribal support.
Okay, we have a motion from Bridget, which is supported by Larry. Jen, could you explain this resolution to our membership, please?
Hi, Jen Claire from the Budget Department. This resolution will establish the 2027 budget for 41 cost centers that generally start run October through September. There are 4 that have a September through August date, but there's these 41, I'm sorry, that we need approval for.
Thank you so much. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Kim Gravel.
Yes.
Cole.
Yes.
Lana. Bridget.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Ashley.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Sue.
Yes.
Motion carries. Without objection, I recommend that we let the following resolution die due to lack of support because it's not needed because the budget passed. Any objection there? Okay, so hearing no objection, the second resolution that's on the agenda dies due to lack of support because it is not needed. It was a continuing funding resolution. So the next resolution that we'll cover is titled Continuing Funding Health FY27 Schedule B Budgets.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors approves continuing funding for the attached cost center list for the fiscal year 2027 at their 2026 spending levels for a period not to exceed December 31st, 2026.
Okay, thanks, Ashley. Anyone want to motion on this? So we have a motion from Kim. Do we have a second? All right, we have support from Larry. Jen?
Hello, this is the Health Division budget. There are approximately 76 cost centers in this packet that we're requesting the continuing funding there until we get through the process of reviewing with the Board of Directors. And I'm planning on emailing by the end of the week time with Lana to get that set up. So it will be moving forward, yes.
Okay, thanks, Jen. Any questions, comments from the board? Aaron?
So, we discussed, and I'd like to have legal draft. Currently, the budgetary process includes our budget department sending out notices to everybody of what the schedule is and the timelines and the time by which they have to submit stuff so that the budget department can manage all that incoming, because it's, all the budgets of the tribe have to go through the budget division. This is what we put in place and require. And, you know, we've gotten updates that health has not submitted their budget. They have not submitted their budget. So today it's health. In the past, it was the casino. We used to have the same problem with the casino. So what I'd like to request is legal to draft a statutory requirement that when we publish the dates and timelines by which each of the departments have to draft their budgets, that they have to draft their budgets by those time periods. Because we shouldn't have to be doing continuing resolutions because departments haven't submitted their budgets. 99% of what we do on our annual budgets is a template and an incremental budget from the year before. It's not rocket science. We have different budgets on different schedules that come and go based on grants, which is not what we're talking about here. Those will be outside of that. But there is a potential threat to the grants that are part of the central budget, that are grants that have to be expended, and continuing resolutions don't take that into account. So somehow we've got to get everybody on the same page. We've somehow solved this problem with the government or the casino budgets, but we shouldn't have to be doing a continuing resolution when the health division received the notification, like everybody else did, and everybody else has gotten their budgets in. The only other budgets that are outstanding are the other administrative budgets that are dependent upon all the other budgets, like indirect. So I just have to say that, because we shouldn't have to be doing a continuing resolution. This shouldn't become normalized. We shouldn't always be doing continuing resolutions because the budgets weren't submitted timely. So it's nothing on the budget division, because the budget division gives the same direction and communication out to everybody else, and everybody else is done. So that's it.
Okay, Ryan, you can work with them on that. Any other questions, comments from anybody? Okay, roll call, please.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Ashley.
Yes.
Cole.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Sue.
Yes.
Kimberly Gerville.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution is titled Broadband Reconnect 4, Establishment of FY26 Budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2026 budget for broadband Reconnect 4 with federal USDA revenue of $1,074,612, no effect on tribal support.
Motion.
Okay, thanks, Ashley. Motion by Larry, supported by Lana. Danny?
Yes, this resolution is seeking authorization to establish a budget for Reconnect 4 broadband grant funded by the USDA RUS. Field construction for Reconnect 3 is commencing, and Reconnect 4 is expected to complete the final environmentals with the USDA in the near future. Although 3 and 4 are separate grants, construction will occur concurrently in production.
Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Larry.
Yes.
Michael. Bridget.
Yes.
Sue.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Kimberly Gerville.
Yes.
Cole.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Ashley.
Yes.
Lana. Aaron.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
The next resolution is titled Sanitation-BE-26-N93, Establishment of FY27 Budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2027 budget for sanitation BE-26-N93 with federal IHS revenue of $500,000, no effect on tribal support.
Motion.
Motion by Larry, support by Kim Gravel. Is Maria online to cover this?
She is.
Okay, Maria, if you
Yes,
could cover
I'm
this
here.
for us, we'd appreciate it.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Okay. Good evening. I'm Maria Mangina. I'm the housing director. This is sanitation scattered site funding, a new project for 2027. It will provide $500,000, $488,000 in direct service, $12,000 in tribal admin. And it provides well and septics to individual tribal homeowners on 7-county service area. New construction is prioritized first, and then if any funding remains, failing systems are then funded.
Thank you, Maria. Questions, comments from the board? Start with Cole.
Yeah, I think Lana had brought up when we workshopped this, not just for new homes, but to fix, sanitation and wells and homes. We know that could be a big cost. And also just challenge the $500,000 for 10 or 12 homes to make sure, we do get 3 quotes. We're looking around, we're making sure that we're not being taken advantage of by contractors when they know, how much money is out there for it. And trying to be as useful as we can with that funding. We know, the federal government isn't our friend right now, and we're trying here, so just do our due diligence with those subcontractors, and, thanks.
Thanks, Cole. Lana?
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought that up again, Cole. I don't know if there's any kind of discussion that we can have, but we had this when we discussed it in the workshop. When people can build new homes, there's no income guidelines on this. So when they can build new homes and they're in that process, they have the wherewithal to get the funding. The failed systems, sometimes those people that are poverty stricken, they don't. So I'm not sure what our mechanism is to, like Cole said, lobby or advocate for that. I know that we prioritize new construction, but anything that we have to do to try to put those failed systems on because we have those, and we had asked last time how many we have in the coffers on the waiting list, because I know that we always have to play catch up. So I just wanted to put that comment out there too, again, that there's a lot of them that need their failed systems fixed.
Aaron?
So what, Maria remembers this, but so these funds, this is frustrating because these funds are funded by IHS, and we're not allowed to collect income eligibility. It's based on sanitation need exclusively, and I do think it's federally a little misguided because there is no income eligibility. I know years ago we had, I won't say where because you might figure it out, but we did have somebody who lived in a mansion, who built a mansion, that locally they needed sanitation, and while they built a $200,000, no, probably about a $400,000 home in a mansion, they got funded, because we don't make that decision. We do the intake, we do the information, we submit it to the IHS sanitation office, which is not us. They look at it, they make the priorities, and they make the selections. But if we want to pony up, and we have, because one time we did catch up on the backlog, and we appropriated a big giant chunk of money, and we did get caught up on the backlog. That's been 20 years now, though, so we do have a huge backlog. We could, through our legislative office, lobby to try to see if they can change this to be income eligible. I do think that is what we should do, because I think the needy should be covered before we cover somebody who can afford to build a mansion. So, but having said that, for all the tribal members that are listening to this, we don't have any say in that currently. The federal guidelines direct it, so we don't make that choice. But I will say that they are people that direly need sanitation because there's something generally very wrong why they need a well or septic. So that's it.
Anyone else? Roll call, please.
Sue?
Yes.
Lana?
Yes.
Ashley?
Yes.
Cole?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Motion carries. The next resolution is NRD EPA Indoor Air Quality Establishment of FY27 budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2027 budget for EPA indoor air quality with federal EPA revenue of $3,000, no effect on tribal support.
Motion.
Motion by Larry, supported by Lana. Danny, if you could cover this, we'd appreciate it.
Hi, everyone. My name is Danny Fagan. I'm the Director of the Natural Resources Division. I'm covering this for Robin Bouchard, our Environmental Manager tonight, Environmental Program Manager. We received a subaward through MTERA, or the Midwest Tribal Energy Resources Association, with funding originating from EPA to build approximately 35 Corsi cubes, or Corsi Rosenthal indoor air purifiers, and provide 2 workshops, one on the east end and one on the west end, to teach tribal members how to build their own air purifiers. So that's what this award is for.
It's really awesome. Any questions, comments from the board? Then without objection, we'll approve this via unanimous consent. Any objections? Motion approved. Thanks, Danny.
Cover the
And it
next
looks
one.
like you're up next as well. So next up is NRD White Noise Syndrome, establishment of FY27 budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2027 budget for Wildlife Management Institute White Noise Syndrome with federal USFWL revenue of $14,997.92, no effect on tribal support.
Motion. Thank you. Motion by Larry, support by Kim. Danny, if you could cover this as well.
Sure. Similarly, this was pass-through funding that the Wildlife Management Institute administered with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service funding. This is to increase our capacity for bat handling and also monitoring. So with this funding, we'll purchase some acoustic recorders that are used to identify bats to species, as well as send 2 of our employees to a bat handling workshop.
Sounds really cool as well. All right, any questions or comments here? All right. Without objection, let's approve this one via unanimous consent as well. All right, here, no objection. This is approved as well. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Danny. Next up, Elder Services Meal Additions, establishment of FY27 budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2027 budget for Elder Services Meal additional with third-party revenue of $234,624 and tribal support of $3,500.
Motion.
Motion by Larry. Support by Lana. Katie?
Good evening, Katie Peabody, Elder Services Division Director. The intended purpose of this budget is to increase the number of meals provided to tribal elders across the service area. There are 5 sites where elders gather for a meal at least once per month. This budget would allow for additional opportunities for elders to take in a meal in those areas. The meal opportunities would increase incrementally over the rest of the year.
Perfect. Lana?
Yep. Yeah, I'm glad to see that you're coming forward with increase, because we've had, comments made in the past, so I'm glad that you responded to that. So can you explain how that it's gonna increase over the next year? That's the first question. And then the second question, the tribal support covers the door prize donation to each of the units for their holiday meals. How so is that? Because I'll be asked that question.
Sure.
Okay.
So the first question about gradually increasing, we'll just do it, for the first 4 months. So October, November, December, January, add an additional meal to Nobbinway and Newberry, for example. So they get 1 meal a month right now at their meeting. And so in that area, because they're at restaurants or it's at the community pavilions with the caterer, I'm working with local restaurants to do a voucher system like we do for the elders on Mackinac Island, where it's a set date and those vouchers would be mailed to the tribal elders via a list we get from enrollment, where they can turn in and use for their meal. And then the restaurant sends them to us and we reimburse them. So then in the other areas, like Munising and Marquette and Escanaba, they have a caterer that provides a meal at their site. So just working with the caterers to add an additional meal for 4 months at a time, and then another meal for the next 4 months until at the end of the year, we're at least a meal a week. 1 meal a week.
And then I assume the door prizes are when they have their Christmas party, they can get
Correct. So the funding for the picnics and the holiday parties were also in the elder recreation budget, where the funding for the 1 meal per month was. So that was all pulled out since these are meals, the holiday party meals are being provided as well. So now that's all in one section. But because door prizes aren't a healthy meal, that's where the tribal support comes in.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Aaron?
Can you tell us about the Unit 1 Elder Picnic this week? What time is it? What day?
It's Thursday. We'll open the doors at 10:30 and lunches at 11:30. Some delicious New York strip steaks,
Where'd the steaks come from?
donations, and we're having a baked potato bar too.
And the board serves you, so go and eat for free.
So Katie, do you have to register for that, or can any Unit 1 elder attend?
Any Unit 1 elder can attend.
So any Unit 1 elder, you heard it right, the board of directors in Unit 1, including myself, we all pitched in $100 each, buy you guys some sirloins. Go there, be part of the community. We all cook. I have a conflict in my schedule. I have to attend CORE's executive council meeting, but I'm usually there, and it's a great way to have conversation with elders, figure out what their needs are, and just represent your tribe. So if you guys want a bite to eat, please join us. So anyone else? Okay, roll call then, please.
Lana,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Michael, Larry,
Yes.
Ashley,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Bridget, Aaron, Sue,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Carried.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Katie. Have a good night. Okay, the next resolution is Marquette Community Center FY26 and FY27 budget modifications.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2026 budget modification to buildings. Marquette Community Center for an increase in other revenues of $67,479.88. This budget is funded by other revenue from the Elder Division 1.6%, Education 2.7%, and Tribal Operations 95.7%. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2027 budget modification to buildings. Marquette Community Center for an increase in other revenues of $32,520. This budget is funded by fund balance 23.5% and other revenues from the Elder Division 5%, Education 3%, and Tribal Operations 68.5%.
Thank you. Is there a motion? All right, motion by Aaron. Is there a second? Second by Kim Gravel. Holly, if you could explain this for everyone?
Good evening, Holly Hopala, Governmental CFO. This resolution encompasses two fiscal years for the facilities, the Marquette Community Center specifically. They are calendar year budgets. The 2026 is currently in place and operating, and then the 2027 is the proposed. These proposals or these modifications will bring in alignment the projected expenses with actual operating expenses. So this community center is a relatively new center. We did not have a lot of historical data when doing these projections, and so now these adjustments will reflect actual. They will also include snow removal and repairs and maintenance that may need to be completed by outside vendors. Initially, I think it was proposed that it would be staff, and I'm not sure that staff would be able to cover all of that. So the other part of that is the revenue allocations. Those will come from space cost occupied by those departments.
Okay, any questions, comments from the board? I will say this, the Marquette community utilizes that building to the absolute fullest. Tyler LaPlante's done a great job building that community. They have weekly drum groups there. They have cultural events. And in my opinion, it's one of the nicest buildings that we have. It was the National Guard Armory building. Comes with a sizable backyard that's completely fenced, and it's a great location. So seeing no more questions, comments, we will roll call this, please. It's over 50.
Yeah, it's a. Am I doing?
Roll call, please.
Aaron. Yes. Bridget.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Ashley,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
whoops, he's not here. Sue,
Yes.
Michael. Yes. Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Lana.
Motion carries. Thank you, everybody. The
Thank
next
you.
resolution is Lodge of Hope FY26 budget modification and establishment of FY26 budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2026 budget modification to Lodge of Hope 12671 for a decrease in the transfer in from opioid settlement funds, $235,041.79. This budget is funded by opioid settlement funds. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of a FY 2026 budget for Lodge of Hope 12672 with the State of Michigan revenue of $160,879.99, no effect on tribal support.
Motion.
Motion by Larry, support by Cole. Jamie?
Ani Buju, Gegekwe and Dishnakas, Nimki and Dodam, Bawating and Dunjaba. My colonized name is Jamie Moran, and I'm the Anishinaabe Community and Family Services Director. We're requesting tonight to do a budget modification to remove the $235,000 from the one budget because we had previously received State of Michigan LEO funding that last December 2025 was frozen by the Michigan courts. That funding was unfrozen this spring, so we are now able to use those funds by the grant end date of 12/31/2026.
Yep, and if you pass this resolution, you save the Housing Authority money, who's currently funding it. So, no brainer. Questions, comments from anybody? Go ahead.
Oh, I got it. I thought I ran it out of juice. So this one will also, this resolution will also create a new position.
That is correct. With the cost savings from position vacancies, we will be able to create an ACFS Assistant Director, which is direly needed. We have over 40 cost centers and numerous grants. I am not able to manage all that on my own.
How many employees do you manage underneath ACFS's complete umbrella that would include the Social Service Agency, Benoji, it would include the USDA Food Distribution Program, all of it?
Last I checked, it was 92
Employees?
employees, correct.
So is the amount that's stated for the new position just the remainder of this year? And then what's the increase for 2027?
Well, there's actually like a plan B. We have to start somewhere to create the position. Authorization of this budget modification will allow that position to be filled. I've already started working. I've spent 3 hours today taking a look at all of our grants to make sure that we know what the administrative caps are and to ensure that we are using those to the full advantage. Once that process is complete, the Schedule B budgets passed tonight, we'll be able to do budget modifications to parse this position out across the cost centers as allowable by the grant funding. So that is the plan, but we have to start somewhere, and tonight we're requesting that through this
Okay,
budget
that makes sense. 'Cause
modification.
I didn't know how it worked, that it would just be on top of the cost of what we already have, but that changes my mind.
And we do have another position too, actually, that we will be eliminating, that will also assist with integrating this new position into all of our cost centers.
And there was one
And both
other-
positions are vacant.
Right, and there's one other thing. And just to be certain, there's no decrease in any direct services that we already have
No.
budgeted? Okay, thank you, Jamie.
You're welcome.
Before I move further on the list, I want to point out to the board that departments of similar size have assistant directors, and I can give examples. The Housing Authority is one of them. Education Department is another one. The Enrollment Department is in the same size, but we created something similar in a manager, not necessarily a assistant director, but a number two, basically. So I just wanted to give you guys that information, especially the newer board members. Cole?
We workshop this with you, and again, just big watch for everything that you do for this. You could say that you did your homework here to try to figure out how to make this happen by taking historical data and figuring the numbers out to make it work. And I know that took some time and wasn't an easy decision sometimes.
Was not fun.
Yeah, so I could see all the work you put into this and how much passion you have. So big watch for everything you do.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Anyone else? All right, guys, roll call, please.
Rob?
Yes. Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Ashley?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Cole?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Sue?
Yes.
Lana?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Oh my God, Miigwech.
You don't have to work as hard now, Jamie. No, you work very hard. We appreciate everything that you do. Thank you. The next resolution is Emergency Conditions Policy Amendment.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Board of Directors hereby adopts the attached governmental emergency conditions policy. Be it further resolved, the Board of Directors hereby rescinds Resolution 2016-40, and each entity of the tribe will need to adopt its own emergency conditions policy. Be it finally resolved that the governmental emergency conditions policy shall be effective immediately.
Motion.
Motion by Larry, seconded by Sue. Ashley, if you could explain this to our citizens, we'd appreciate it.
Ashley Samuelson, HR Governmental Director. So the emergency conditions policy is being updated to reflect necessary changes to weather-related closures to the governmental division to include the health division in this policy. Changes include remote work expectations, compensation, and leave practices during closures, timeframes specified in alignment with current protocols, as well as updating who will make the decisions to include the CEO of health, CEO of governmental, CFO of governmental, and with consultation with the chief of police. Closures will be notified by 11 p.m. the night before and 8 a.m. on the same day as a delay was already called. This also will define procedures for what to do for team members on remote or work or scheduled off, and division directors will be determining which positions are eligible for time and a half pay during closure and will be predetermined with HR ahead of time.
Thank you, Ashley. Is there a motion? Motion by Lana, support by?
We had a motion and a second.
Oh, did we? My bad, you guys. My bad. All right then, any discussion then? Go ahead.
Okay, so it's working. So when we have the smoke, the emergency, all of that stuff, I can remember a time being here where we had all of those same people in charge, to make the decision, because before we had to, it was the chairman, it was the board, it was, it was just wonky. It didn't work. So this is by 11 o'clock on a storm, we're gonna know if they're on their way to work, we're gonna know by 11 o'clock that night. Our phones aren't gonna be blowing up. Someone's gonna have the authority to make that call, take the responsibility and accountability to make that call, so we don't have our team members out on the street and Jess is not up, 2 o'clock in the morning checking her phone and me texting her and everybody texting her. This is going to take care of what our problem has been. Right?
Yes.
Okay, good
There's
job.
There's always things
Okay,
that could
but
happen, but.
the one thing that we talked about today, it's a consultation with the chief of police, because sometimes if he's on a call or he's gone, it's a consultation. If that doesn't happen, those people can make that call on their own.
That wording is in there. It does say with consultation with the chief of
Okay,
police.
okay. So if we can't get a hold of them, they can still make a call.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Yep, thank you.
Bridget?
I'd like to amend it under the use of the leave time, the second middle paragraph, where it says of a team member's program or work site, and I'd like to add or home-based, or however to word it, that, like I said, somebody that lives in St. Ignace weather's bad, but they work out of the Sioux, that they also get paid to not drive in those conditions.
So we have a motion to amend made by Bridget, supported by Aaron, separate speaker list. Any questions, comments here before we vote on the amendment? Okay, go ahead, Mike.
I guess I would have liked to hear more from the policy review committee and HR of how that impacts it. I would have liked a more in-depth look before I vote on it. So I guess at this juncture I wouldn't vote on it, but I'm not supportive of it. I just think we need a deeper dive. I'll yield and leave it at that.
Anyone else? Aaron?
To speak in favor of it is if you live in St. Ignace and you work in the Sioux, which we do have that situation, and the weather's bad in Moran, and I use that as an example today, that's where I rolled my vehicle and got really hurt several years ago. Currently, the way it's written, that would not provide for that situation. You would still have to drive through that weather to get to the Sioux, and if you don't, then you're getting a day without pay. And so the intent is not to punish people, for, for inclement weather. It's to improve the process. So I understand the concern, but I think that, I don't know what analysis would be needed for us to make sure that somebody traveling from their home base to their work site through bad weather, why they wouldn't be covered. So I don't know what analysis that would be. So I'm ready to vote for it today. The only other thing I was going to say is that I'm satisfied with our discussion today that under 4, other circumstances that pose a serious threat to health or safety, like if you're stranded on Sugar Island, that I think it's going to be covered. I think that's the assurance that I got, so I can support it. Thank you.
Bridget?
Yeah, I agree with Aaron. I'll write that down. But I do think that all you're doing is really encouraging those people to risk their life to go there because they're worried about making their bills, getting their check so that they can pay their bills. So, especially if, our schools are shut down, our courthouse or city hall are shut down, and we're saying, okay, you go ahead and drive. So I think I don't think it's going to be a huge number of people. I think it's just going to be a handful of people. So I just want to protect them so that they're not taking that chance.
Anyone else? Okay, so we'll do a roll call just on the motion to amend.
Michael,
No.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Sue,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yes.
Cole,
Yes.
Lana, Rob,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Ashley,
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Okay, motion to amend successfully passes. Now we're back on the amended resolution. Any more questions, comments before we vote? Okay, then we shall vote. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Did you oppose?
Those abstaining? Motion carries.
Thank you.
The next resolution is Rural Health Transformation Program.
Now therefore be it resolved, the Sioux Tribe Board of Directors authorizes the Health Division's acceptance for the RHTP funds in the amount of $665,878. Be it further resolved that the legal department will assist the Health Division in negotiations of the contract with MDHHS. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the Health Division CEO or their designee to execute all documents as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Thank you, Ashley. Motion by Lana, seconded by Kim Gravel. Okay. All right, go ahead, Andy.
Annie Thiebert, Project Manager of the Health Division. This grant opportunity is carve-out funds for the tribes of the state of Michigan. The Center of Medicaid and Medicare are stalling this, so we're just trying to get ahead of this grant. We have been awarded the $665,000. They're just waiting for all the tribes to get on board in the state of Michigan. So authorizing this resolution will allow us to move forward quickly when that contract comes through.
Thank you, Annie. Any questions, comments from the board? Okay, hearing none. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you.
Be good.
The next resolution is approved contract ACC Gladstone Project.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves awarding the contract to Automated Comfort Controls in the amount of $82,600 for the Gladstone Health Condensing Unit Project AC units. Be it further resolved that the legal department will assist the Health Division in negotiations of the contract with Automated Comfort Controls. Be it finally resolved, the Board of Directors authorizes the tribal chairman or his designee to execute any documents necessary, once provided by the legal department, subject that it does not require additional approval from the Board of Directors under any applicable tribal laws or policies to carry out the intent of this resolution.
Motion.
Thank you. Motion by Larry, support by Lana. Annie?
Again, this is Annie Thiebert, Project Manager of the Health Division. This resolution will authorize us, the Health Division, the tribe, to enter into contract to bring up to code, I guess, the AC units that are at the Gladstone Health Division. This is funded by IHS.
Thanks, Annie. Any questions, comments from the board? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Lana? Rob?
Yes.
Michael? Larry?
Yes.
Ashley?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Sue?
Yes.
Cole?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Carried.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Jamie Gwitch.
Thank you. Next up, Health Division Stand Strong Youth Initiative.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approved and supports the Health Division's fiscal year 2026 primary substance use prevention service funding through MDHHS. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes the tribal chairman and their designee to prepare, submit, negotiate, execute, and administer applications, agreements, certifications, assurances, and other documents necessary to secure and implement PSUPS funding. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors supports the Health Division's continued efforts to pursue federal, state, tribal, and private funding opportunities that advance healthcare prevention efforts and expand access to services for tribal members.
Motion.
Motion by Lana, supported by Larry. Laura?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Laura Fisher, Behavioral Health Manager at the Health Division. This is funded through the MDHHS under the Substance Use Prevention Service grant. It is a grant that we are targeting across the 7-county service area for the youth 12 to 17 years old.
Thanks, Laura. Appreciate it. Any questions, comments from the board? Kim Lee?
Would there be any opportunity to include the detention center in those staff that we're training on?
Yes,
Great, thank you.
they're already on my list.
Awesome, thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please.
Larry?
Yes.
Michael? Bridget?
Yes.
Sue?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Cole?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Ashley?
Yes.
Lana? Aaron?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you, everybody.
Go ahead.
Next up, negotiate/accept donation Donaldson Trust property.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Board of Directors hereby authorizes the tribal chairman or his designee to negotiate and accept the donation on behalf of the tribe for the Donaldson Trust property. Be it further resolved, upon successful negotiations, the Board of Directors authorizes the chairman, the tribal chairman, or his designee to sign any and all documentation to complete the property donation. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors hereby confers the responsibility of managing the Donaldson Trust property to the Natural Resources Division to ensure intergenerational stewardship, harvesting and ceremony, and research and education that centers our Anishinaabe knowledges and ways.
Motion.
Thank you. Motion by Larry. Support by, someone wants to say it, Mike. All right, so I'm listed as a sponsor, so I can explain this one. So the Sioux Tribe is currently partnered with the Global Land Restoration Fund. It's an organization that works with indigenous nations and indigenous communities around the world to increase the land base for tribes. So one of the things that they do is they identify land that we can get cheap or donated to us, and they recently identified a couple parcels in Curtis, Michigan on Manistique Lake. I can't remember the exact acreage, but it's in somewhere between 200 and 300 acres. It includes waterfront. It has some rustic cabins there. But as far as your membership participation, question, Shirley, you know, we can do a lot of things with the land. So we passed a resolution a couple years ago that authorizes tribal members to hunt on our property, so tribal members could hunt there. I've also talked to our natural resource director, Danny Fagan, about potentially in the future having a natural resource camp there as well to inspire young tribal members to get into that field. We have something similar with the law enforcement camp. It's been on hold because of COVID and some improvements that need to take place at Botany Bay, but you know, those are some ideas. But at the end of the day, this is gonna be something that's free. All we would have to pay is property tax. We would be filing something with the BIA to place it in non-gaming trust, and when we finally have an administration that works well with Indian country and places that land into trust, I have no doubt that it will. But until then, we just have to pay property tax. Lana?
Yep, we talked about this afternoon. It's a good thing. And I just want to reiterate, though, and on record, that, you know, we do have other, I know that we're land poor and we're getting some land back, and that's a fantastic thing. We have land that when we do these plans and move forward on hunting and the natural resources and any kind of plan moving forward with them, that not only do we communicate where those are at, and let them know that they can hunt and things on that, because I think, you know, sometimes we get behind the 8 ball on that. So a map, and then to show them where they can and where, if they can't in a certain area. But to be inclusive of the land that we already have. And I cited off some land today. We have been good in the last couple of years about moving forward on these plans, which is a really good thing. But we've had land for decades that have just sat with beach blight and certain kinds of diseases that we have to look at as well. So I just don't want that to get lost, what we already have, and encompass all. And you guys are doing a great job. It's a brand new day when it comes to natural resources and that thing. So I just wanted to say that on record. We have other land too that we need to pay attention to, Danny. So good for you and good job.
Bridget?
Yeah, my comment is kind of somewhat similar, is that we take care of what we have. I know we don't own Botany Bay, but we have not taken care of Botany Bay whatsoever. It's fell apart around us. It's unfortunate. So I just don't like to see us not take care of it. And so I hope we get on the stick about taking care of that.
Yep, and until we have like an official publication of where our land is, I would encourage members to download OnX. It's a hunting app that you can use, and it basically replaces plot books. It's almost like Google Earth, and they'll have each plot colored a different color to be able to tell who owns it. I'm a hunter. I hunt on some of the property that we own. You know, I have no issue finding that land with OnX. However, there's one big parcel of property that hasn't changed to signify that we own it, and that's the 545 acres that we purchased on Sugar Island. But aside that, if you guys go through it, you guys will be able to find state land that you can hunt on, you can find federal land that you can hunt on, and you can find Sioux Tribe property that we can hunt on as well. If you guys have questions about that app or anything, just reach out to my office and we'll guide you through it.
So it's ON/X?
ONX, OnX, yep. Costs like $6 a month. So seeing no more hands up, we'll vote. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. And once that goes through, we'll do a press release potentially with some photos and get some more information out about that as well. The next resolution is amending Resolution 2012-245.
Now therefore, be it resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Board of Directors hereby amends Resolution 2012-245 to allow at cultural events such as powwows and at enterprises that fall under the control of any economic arm of the tribe by any individual who is duly licensed through the state of Michigan to perform tattooing, body piercing, and other similar body modification services on tribal lands. Be it further resolved that tattooing, body piercing, and other similar body modification services shall not be permitted at any residential property on tribal lands or by someone who is not duly licensed through the state of Michigan to perform these services. Be it finally resolved that all other terms of Resolution 2012-245 shall remain in effect.
Motion by Kim. Support by Larry. Would either of you like to go first? Kim, Mike, you guys are both the sponsors.
Okay, when I was at the powwow this summer, I was watching the body tattooing that was going on, and on my way home that night, I remembered we had a resolution that prohibited tattooing on tribal land. So I contacted Ryan and spoke about it here, and we agreed that we had to amend the resolution. So that's why this was brought forward, and I'd like to amend it again.
Okay. you mind if I add something, though?
No, go ahead.
Just real briefly, the resolution that banned it was more or less a prohibition on people, tattooing people at their kitchen tables. Obviously, there needs to be sanitation involved when you give tattoos. There's a lot of communicable diseases that you can catch. Hepatitis is one of them. However, at this last powwow, we had a vendor that had a booth set up, and they did traditional stick and poke tattoos, so it wasn't a tattoo gun. And it's important to note that body art such as tattoos are part of our culture. You can read historical documents about what the settlers saw when they first encountered us. You can also look at paintings, and our people were covered with tattoos, so it's part of our culture and heritage. So, motion to amend, Kim?
Yeah, to remove, in the first resolved and the second resolved where it says who is duly licensed, remove through the state of Michigan and put duly licensed and insured in both those spots.
Okay, so we have a motion and support to amend this. Any discussion on the amendment? Kim?
Ryan, will that cover risk?
I don't have a microphone, but yeah, I talked to Kim beforehand. That covers our liability. I suggested that language.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else just on the amendment right now, guys? Okay, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, those abstaining, motion to amend successfully carries. Now we're back on the resolution. Any more questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, those abstaining, motion carries, and Kim, you can get a tattoo there next summer. Yeah. All right, guys, the last resolution that's on the agenda before we move into new business is titled Creation of the Legislative Attorney's Office.
Now therefore, be it resolved, the board hereby directs the Government Human Resources Department and the Legal Department to create a legislative attorney position and a judicial staff attorney position, including the creation of job descriptions and grid placement pursuant to the governmental wage grid. Be it finally resolved that these new positions shall be created and presented to the board within 30 days of enactment of this resolution for final approval by the board.
Motion.
Motion by Bridget, is there support? Support by Kim. Bridget, if you want to get us started.
I originally had talked about this when we were talking about building our codes, that we had 18 months to comply when the new constitution was passed. I'm going to take responsibility that Ryan did send this to me, and I should have read it a little clearer from what I intended to what is here. Rob is the one that wanted the judicial attorney. I just said, okay, we'll add it and we'll do it. I know we had a conversation today about taking out the judicial. I have a lot of chicken scratch on here of amendments that I'd like to make, but I would ask that maybe we table this until the September 1st meeting, and I'll ask Ryan to write something else that we can vote on. So I would ask to table it.
So we have a motion and support to table this thing. Any discussion on that? Oh, my bad. Roll call on that. You're right. It ends debate.
Aaron?
Yes.
Bridget? Yes. Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Ashley?
Yes.
Larry?
Yes.
Ty, dang it. Sue?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Cole?
Yes.
Rob?
No.
Lana? Yes.
Okay, motion to table successfully carries. That concludes all the resolutions that we have on for this evening's agenda, so we drop down into new business. The first item under new business is titled 10-6-26, Meeting Date Change, Escanaba. Okay, so do we have a proposed change date for that? 13th? Okay, so that would potentially change to October 13th if this passes, so, okay, so we have a motion by Aaron and, okay, all right,
Motion by Aaron.
okay,
Ashley motioned, Aaron seconded it.
okay. Do you want to walk us through this, Lana?
Yes, this is on here to change the Escanaba board meeting from October 6th to October 13th because we have a large majority of the board that are going to the
2026 MMIP Summit in Traverse City, so.
Bridget?
While we're doing it, could we also change and go with October 13th and 27th as the meeting dates instead of the 6th and the 20th?
I'll second that.
Hold on one second. So we're gonna do a motion to amend this. She's just trying to catch up.
We're going to add in amending the 20th to the 27th. Okay.
Okay, is that clear for everybody? Okay. Any discussion on that? Okay.
Second, I'm sorry. I seconded. Aaron seconded it,
Yep.
thank you.
All right, so we'll vote just on the amendment. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion to amend successfully carries. That brings us back to the resolution. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries, guys. Next up, committee appointments. I would like to entertain a motion to appoint Miss Jackie Mitten to our Conservation Committee.
Motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. You.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day and I haven't been here that long, so. Miss Jackie Robinson, fully support this. So do we have a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Larry, seconded by Lana. Any discussion? I'll just say this, I think Jackie would be an excellent addition to that committee. I think we have to have some balance. We have a lot of commercial fishermen on there, but I think it's awesome anytime we can get a woman on there. I think the perspective that you offer is unique and we're gonna welcome it, so I appreciate it. With that, we will vote. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Congrats, Jackie. We look forward to working with you. So last up is board concerns. Does anyone have any? Okay, if you want to discuss them, we can. If
Just
not,
real
pass
quick,
them through.
I didn't fill anything out because I forgot. I'm just waiting on my one board concern on all the board members or tribal members that are on certain committees or national. Jess, you're probably working on that.
Yeah, she sent out a notice.
Oh, I missed the notice. Sorry, never mind. I'll refer to that. And then I had the other one, but I forgot. Thank you.
Anyone else? Yep. So if we're going to do that, I would recommend adjourning the meeting so we don't have people waiting. It's just an update, nothing actionable. So does anyone else have any board concerns?
Is Rob's hand still up?
Rob, do you have a board concern or did you forget to put your hand down?
Forgot to put my hand down.
Okay, then without objection, we will adjourn this meeting. Hearing no objection, meeting adjourned. Good to see everyone, and it's great to be back. So we're gonna go into closed. It's not anything meeting related. We can't come out of closed and vote on anything. The meeting's been adjourned. We just need a legal update on an issue. So it's good to see everyone. See you guys later.